Before prosperity appears in the visible world, it enters your life as something almost imperceptible. A feeling, a whisper, a subtle inner certainty that cannot yet be proven. Most people ignore this sacred beginning because they have been trained to worship only what can already be seen. Yet the ancient keepers of wisdom understood that the invisible always precedes the visible. The unseen blueprint comes before the monument. The silent intention comes before the fulfilled reality. The inner harvest is planted long before the outer field ripens beneath the sun. You must learn to honor beginnings that cannot yet be explained. Consider the seed buried beneath winter soil. To the untrained eye, nothing is happening. The earth appears still and empty, yet beneath layers of darkness, an invisible intelligence is awakening. The seed does not panic because no one applauds its progress. It does not break open the soil prematurely to seek reassurance from the world above. It remains hidden while life rearranges itself in silence. This is the first law of sacred abundance. What is protected in silence gains strength. Many souls lose their prosperity before it is born because they expose their inner visions too early.
They speak sacred desires into rooms filled with distracted minds. They offer fragile dreams to people who cannot recognize the language of becoming. And slowly, the subtle energy surrounding the vision begins to weaken beneath doubt, mockery, or careless conversation. Guard your becoming as ancient monks guarded sacred manuscripts from invading fire. There is power in secrecy that the modern world has forgotten. In ancient deserts, alchemists worked through the night behind sealed doors. Their transformations required
privacy, because interruption altered the delicate balance of their work. So too must you protect the inner alchemy of your prosperity. Tonight, you will begin your first ritual. When darkness settles and the world grows quiet, sit alone before a single candle. No music, no distractions, no audience. Bring with you a small blank page. Upon this page, write only one sentence. I welcome the silent multiplication of sacred abundance within my life.
Write slowly. Do not decorate the words. Do not explain them. Let them remain simple and pure, like a seed lowered gently into fertile earth. Then close your eyes. Imagine that somewhere beneath your visible life, there exists a hidden garden. In this garden are seeds representing every prosperity you seek: peace, wealth, purpose, vitality, freedom, sacred work, harmonious relationships, and inner sufficiency. See yourself walking through this garden silently. Do not force the seeds to grow. Merely acknowledge that they already exist beneath the soil of reality. Feel gratitude, not for visible evidence, but for invisible becoming. Remain there for several minutes. Then fold the paper and place it somewhere private where no other eyes will find it. This act may appear small, yet subtle rituals reshape the architecture of consciousness. The invisible mind responds not merely to words, but to sacred repetition performed with reverence. A quiet ritual repeated faithfully becomes a spiritual command impressed upon the deeper layers of reality. There is an old story preserved in fragments among wandering mystics. A young craftsman once approached an elderly builder known throughout distant kingdoms for constructing temples of extraordinary beauty. The young man expected to discover secret tools or hidden formulas. Instead, he found the old builder sitting silently beside unfinished stone. For many hours, the elder said nothing. At last, the young craftsman grew impatient. "Master," he asked, "when will the temple be built?" The old builder touched the stone gently and replied, "The temple is already complete within silence. My hands merely reveal what stillness has already formed." The young craftsman did not understand then, but years later, after many failures born from haste and pride, he finally recognized the teaching. Creation happens twice. First, within the invisible realm of inner alignment,
then within the visible world of form. Those who attempt the second without mastering the first become exhausted by endless striving. But those who cultivate silent certainty discover that reality begins arranging itself around their inward state, like iron drawn toward hidden magnetism. This is why sacred solitude matters. You cannot hear deeper intelligence while drowning in constant noise. The soul requires stillness, the way clear water requires an undisturbed surface to reflect the moon. From this day forward, create small sanctuaries of silence within your life. Walk sometimes without carrying the burdens of conversation. Eat one meal each day, slowly and without distraction. Sit quietly before dawn, if possible, allowing yourself to become inwardly spacious before entering the demands of the world. You are not withdrawing from life. You are withdrawing from interference. There is a difference. The world often praises visible motion while misunderstanding invisible preparation. Yet the river carves stone not through forceful display, but through quiet persistence over time. Your abundance shall emerge in the same manner, not through frantic declaration, but through sacred consistency. You will begin noticing subtle changes. Your mind will become less reactive. Your desires will grow clearer. Opportunities once hidden will begin appearing with unusual timing. Encounters will feel guided. Inner resistance will loosen like old chains dissolving beneath water. Do not announce these shifts. Observe them quietly. The ancient sages taught that energy expands most purely when untouched by the hunger for external validation.
A flame protected from harsh wind burns steadily through the night. So too must you become like the hidden flame. There will be moments when loneliness visits your path, moments when silence feels unfamiliar because the world has conditioned you to seek constant stimulation. Yet beyond this discomfort lies immense spiritual wealth. For in silence, you begin hearing what was always trying to reach you, the deeper voice beneath fear, the intelligence beneath confusion, the quiet abundance beneath apparent emptiness. And slowly, like a seed awakening beneath unseen soil, your life will begin opening from within.
There is a face beneath the face you show the world. It does not age in the same manner as the body. It does not speak through ordinary language. It watches quietly from behind your eyes, recording every hidden belief you hold about yourself, about worthiness, about abundance, about what you believe you are permitted to receive from existence itself. This unseen self becomes the silent architect of your reality. Many seek prosperity while secretly carrying inner images of lack. They ask for abundance with their lips, while their deeper identity remains chained to old stories of insufficiency. The outer world then reflects this hidden contradiction back to them, not as punishment, but as resonance. The mirror of life does not respond to surface words. It responds to the image held in the sanctuary of the inner self. The ancients knew this mystery well.
Within hidden chambers of old temples, initiates were instructed to gaze into polished obsidian mirrors by candlelight, not to admire appearance, but to encounter the invisible assumptions shaping their destiny. For what you repeatedly believe yourself to be becomes an energetic command whispered continuously into the fabric of reality. You become what you silently consent to within. This is why transformation must begin not with action alone, but with sacred identity. A poor spirit may temporarily acquire gold, yet remain inwardly impoverished. Soon, the gold dissolves away like water slipping through open fingers. But one who becomes inwardly abundant begins attracting circumstances aligned with that inner condition, often through pathways too subtle for logic to predict. You must therefore learn the ritual of the unseen self. Tonight, stand before a mirror in complete solitude. Dim the lights until only softness remains within the room. Light a single candle if possible, allowing the flame to become a quiet witness beside you. Then look into your own eyes without judgment. Do not adjust your appearance, do not criticize the body, do not search for flaws. Merely remain present before yourself, as though meeting an ancient traveler who has crossed many lifetimes to arrive here. At first, discomfort may arise. Most people avoid true stillness before their own reflection because the deeper self begins surfacing there. Beneath the practiced expressions and familiar masks, hidden emotions awaken. Old griefs rise, forgotten longings stir gently beneath awareness. Remain calm. You are not there to repair yourself. You are there to remember yourself. As you gaze quietly, begin speaking inwardly. I am becoming inwardly harmonious with sacred abundance. Repeat the words slowly. Do not force belief. Let the phrase settle into you like rain entering dry earth. Then, imagine another version of yourself standing behind the reflection. This unseen self moves differently, breathes differently, carries quiet certainty within every gesture. There is no desperation within this being, no frantic striving, no hunger for validation. This version of you already knows abundance as a natural state. Observe how this unseen self stands, how it looks at the world, how calmly it receives opportunities, how gracefully it moves through life without chasing or forcing. Now, allow the boundary between yourself and this inward image to soften. Feel yourself merging gently with this prosperous identity, not pretending, not performing, becoming. The world often teaches people to pursue wealth externally while neglecting the inner vessel receiving it. Yet ancient mystics understood that identity precedes manifestation, the way dawn precedes sunrise. You do not attract what you merely want. You attract what your deeper self quietly believes it is. There is a hidden reason why secrecy strengthens manifestation. When a sacred identity is still forming within you, outside voices can distort the process. The opinions of fearful people act like fingerprints pressed into soft wax before it hardens. Their doubts become interruptions within your energetic field. Protect your emerging self-image in silence. Do not explain your inner transformation to those who mock unseen things. Do not seek approval for sacred practices from minds devoted entirely to appearances. The roots of the oak tree grow longest beneath darkness, before branches touch the sky. So too must your new identity deepen privately. There is an old parable told among wandering hermits. A traveler once discovered a hidden spring high within a mountain forest. The water possessed unusual purity, restoring strength to anyone who drank from it. Filled with excitement, the traveler rushed back to the nearest village, announcing the discovery to all. Soon crowds arrived. Some polluted the spring carelessly. Others argued over ownership. Some doubted its power while muddying the water with restless feet. Before long, the spring lost its clarity entirely. Years later, an old hermit found the traveler grieving beside the ruined waters. The hermit spoke softly. Sacred things weaken beneath noisy hands. Your inner abundance is like this hidden spring. Protect it
from unnecessary exposure, not out of fear, but reverence. As you continue this practice, you may notice subtle shifts within ordinary life. Your posture may change without conscious effort. Your voice may grow calmer. Certain conversations will begin feeling exhausting because they no longer resonate with your inner condition. Do not resist this refinement. A new energetic atmosphere is forming around you. People often misunderstand prosperity as accumulation alone. Yet true abundance begins as energetic spaciousness within the soul. It is the dissolving of inward poverty long before material conditions transform. An abundant being does not cling desperately because they trust the unseen currents of life. They move with patience. They understand sacred timing. They no longer leak energy through endless explanation, comparison, or performance. This inward composure becomes magnetic, not because you attempt to control others, but because reality itself responds differently to coherence than it does to inner fragmentation. From this day onward, practice carrying your unseen identity quietly throughout the world. When walking through crowded places, imagine yourself surrounded by silent golden light. When handling money, touch it with gratitude rather than anxiety. When speaking to others, remain inwardly rooted like a tree unmoved by passing wind. Most importantly, stop rehearsing limitation within your inner dialogue. The unseen self listens continuously. Each thought becomes a subtle instruction. If you repeatedly declare inwardly that life is against you, the deeper mind obeys this pattern faithfully. But if you cultivate silent certainty, new pathways slowly emerge from dimensions beyond conscious prediction. This is not fantasy. It is resonance. The moon shapes tides without touching the ocean. Invisible roots nourish entire forests beneath the earth. And your hidden identity quietly shapes the architecture of your visible existence. Remember this always. The world sees only fragments of who you are becoming. The deeper transformation happens in silence first. One day, others may call your prosperity mysterious. They may wonder how your life changed so gracefully, how opportunities found you, how peace settled so deeply within your presence. You need not explain. The seed never announces the hour it becomes the tree.
There are works of great power that leave no immediate trace upon the world. The mountain gathers snow silently through the night, before rivers are born from its hidden stores. The pearl forms in darkness beneath the sea. The moon alters the tides without reaching down to touch the water. And so it is with the deeper laws of prosperity. The most potent movements often occur beyond the sight of others. Yet the modern spirit has become addicted to display. Many cannot act without announcing the action. They seek witnesses before completion, applause before mastery, recognition before embodiment. Their energy disperses outward before it has gathered inward strength. Like incense scattered into storm wind, their intention weakens through constant exposure. The ancient keepers of wisdom practiced another path. They cultivated invisible action, quiet movements charged with sacred intention,
deeds performed without performance, ritual labor offered privately to the unseen architecture of reality itself. This discipline refines the soul. For when you act without craving observation, your energy stops leaking through the hunger for validation. The action becomes pure, focused, magnetized with inward coherence rather than outward performance. You begin building spiritual substance beneath appearances. This is how silent abundance grows. There is an old tale preserved among desert mystics concerning a hidden builder who lived near the edge of an ancient kingdom. Each night, while the city slept, the builder carried stones alone into the wilderness beyond the village walls. No one knew where he went. No monuments appeared. No temple could be seen. The people mocked him quietly. Some believed he had lost his mind. Years passed. Then one season, a violent flood descended from the mountains, destroying homes and washing away roads. The villagers fled toward higher ground in panic, only to discover an enormous stone sanctuary standing untouched beyond the valley, a structure vast enough to shelter the entire kingdom. The hidden builder had spent decades constructing refuge in silence. While others spoke endlessly of greatness, he practiced invisible action. Remember this story when impatience visits you. The unseen foundations of your prosperity matter more than appearances. Today you will begin another sacred practice. Choose one action each day that nourishes your future abundance, yet tell no one about it. It may be a quiet hour
spent studying sacred knowledge, a hidden savings ritual, a private act of generosity, a solitary walk visualizing your future self, the careful refinement of a skill, the writing of intentions beneath candlelight, the organization of your living space to welcome higher order into your life. Do the action reverently. Then release the need for acknowledgement entirely. Allow the act to remain hidden, like roots beneath fertile earth. At first, the ego may resist this discipline. Part of the mind longs to be seen. It seeks reassurance that progress is occurring. Yet every time you complete a sacred action without external validation, your inner authority strengthens. You stop depending upon the world to confirm your becoming. This changes the energetic structure of your reality. For the one who requires constant recognition becomes vulnerable to the opinions of others. Praise inflates them. Criticism weakens them. Their inner climate changes according to external weather. But the practitioner of invisible action
develops something rarer: quiet sovereignty, a stillness untouched by temporary reactions. There is immense spiritual power in becoming inwardly self-confirming. Ancient alchemists understood this principle deeply. Their work demanded secrecy not merely to protect formulas, but to preserve concentration. Every transformation required uninterrupted devotion. Gold was not created through noise, but through patient refinement hidden from chaotic influence. Your life is its own sacred alchemy. Each silent action becomes another layer within the unseen architecture of your future. Do not underestimate small rituals. A single candle lit nightly with devotion alters consciousness over time. A whispered affirmation repeated faithfully enters the deeper mind like water slowly shaping stone. A hidden habit practiced consistently becomes a river carving new pathways through reality. Most people abandon transformation because they worship dramatic evidence. But the deeper laws move gradually, organically, almost invisibly at first. The tree does not burst from the seed in one violent motion. It unfolds through sacred sequence. So must you. Tonight, before sleep, place both hands over your chest and close your eyes. Imagine your life as an unseen temple under construction. Some chambers are already complete.
Others remain unfinished. Certain hallways are still dark with dust and silence. Yet somewhere within this temple,
Workers of light continue their labor, even while you sleep. See them carefully placing golden stones. One stone represents discipline. One represents faith. One represents patience. One represents abundance. One represents inner peace. Do not rush the construction. Feel gratitude that the temple is already becoming. Remain with this vision for several moments. Then sleep without anxiety regarding outcomes. The unseen continues moving. There is another reason invisible action multiplies prosperity. Silence concentrates energy. Every spoken intention releases a portion of psychic force outward. This is why sacred traditions often required vows of silence before initiations, pilgrimages, or manifestation rituals. The conserved energy became fuel for transformation itself. Words possess creative power, but restrained words possess stored power. You must learn the sacred balance between expression and containment. Not every dream requires announcement. Not every plan requires discussion. Not every blessing requires display. Some energies mature best in privacy. Notice how nature protects its most delicate processes. The womb is hidden. Roots grow underground. The cocoon conceals transformation until the wings are ready. Creation protects itself through secrecy until strength is established. You are part of this same law. As your practice deepens, you may begin noticing a subtle magnetic shift in your life. Opportunities may arise unexpectedly. Helpful encounters appear with unusual timing. Ideas arrive during still moments, as though carried by invisible currents. Receive these signs quietly. Do not become boastful. Do not attempt to prove spiritual power to others. Pride scatters energy outward again. Remain humble before the mystery. The purpose of silent abundance is not superiority. It is alignment. True prosperity softens the spirit rather than inflating it. It creates calmness instead of arrogance. The soul no longer grasps desperately because it trusts the unseen rhythm beneath all things. You will also begin noticing how much energy the world wastes through unnecessary speech. Endless explanation, endless argument, endless performance. Observe this without judgment. Then return inwardly to your own stillness. There is strength in becoming difficult to disturb. The sacred practitioner moves quietly through life while building inward empires invisible to the casual eye. Others may underestimate you because they mistake silence for emptiness. Let them. The mountain does not announce its height. The ocean does not advertise its depth. And the soul aligned with silent abundance no longer needs to display its becoming. For all true wealth grows strongest where few eyes are watching. There are places within you that cannot awaken in the presence of noise. Not because the world is evil, or because human connection lacks beauty, but because certain revelations arrive only when the soul stands alone, long enough to hear its deeper rhythm. The sacred voice beneath ordinary thought speaks quietly. It does not compete with constant distraction. It waits patiently for stillness. Most people fear solitude because they have mistaken it for emptiness. Yet true solitude is not abandonment. It is consecration. The ancient mystics withdrew into deserts, forests, caves, mountains, and silent monasteries, not to escape life, but to remember its hidden source. Away from crowds, they discovered that abundance does not begin in possessions, but in attunement. They learned that a spirit deeply rooted within itself becomes like a hidden spring, untouched by drought. You must therefore build an inner temple of solitude, not as permanent isolation, but as sacred return. For when you spend every moment immersed in the emotions, opinions, and desires of others, your energy becomes tangled. The mind loses clarity. Inner guidance weakens beneath external influence. You begin living reactively rather than intentionally. Solitude untangles the spirit. Within silence, you begin sensing which thoughts are truly yours and which were inherited unconsciously from fear, culture, or restless voices surrounding you since childhood. This recognition alone is transformative. There was an old account among wandering sages of a king who possessed
unimaginable wealth, yet remained inwardly tormented. He summoned scholars, priests, physicians, and philosophers from distant lands, seeking peace. All offered advice, rituals, and explanations, yet nothing relieved the heaviness within him. At last, an elderly hermit was brought before the king. The hermit listened quietly, then spoke only these words: "You have never sat alone long enough to meet yourself." The king became offended, yet desperation drove him to obey. He left the palace disguised as an ordinary traveler and entered a small stone hut deep within the mountains. There, without servants, distractions, or praise, he spent many silent weeks alone. At first, he felt unbearable discomfort. His thoughts screamed for stimulation. Old fears surfaced. Regrets rose from forgotten corners of memory. Yet gradually, another presence emerged beneath the turbulence, a vast inner stillness he had never known. When the king finally returned to his kingdom, nothing outwardly had changed. Yet his presence carried quiet gravity. Decisions became clearer. Anxiety loosened its grip. Prosperity flowed more harmoniously through the kingdom because the ruler himself had become inwardly ordered. The hermit had not given him riches. He had returned him to silence. This is the forgotten medicine of the soul. You do not truly hear your deeper wisdom while constantly surrounded by noise. Today, you will begin constructing your own ritual of sacred solitude. Choose a specific place that will become your private sanctuary. It need not be grand. A corner beside a window, a chair near candlelight, a place beneath a tree. What matters is consistency and intention. This space is not ordinary. It is your inner temple made visible. Keep it simple. Let it remain uncluttered. You may place there a candle, a small bowl of water, a stone gathered from nature,
or an object that reminds you of timelessness. Do not overcrowd the space with symbols. Silence itself is the true altar. Each day, enter this sanctuary for at least 15 minutes. No devices, no conversation, no searching for distraction. Simply sit. At first, the mind may rebel. Thoughts will wander restlessly through unfinished tasks, fears, desires, memories, and imagined futures. Do not fight this movement violently. Observe it gently, like watching clouds pass across a distant sky. Then, begin slowing your breath. With each inhale, imagine drawing stillness inward. With each exhale, Release noise from the body and mind. After several minutes, silently repeat within yourself, I allow abundance to find me through sacred stillness. Feel the words settling beneath thought, not as demand, as permission. Remain there quietly.
Over time, something extraordinary begins occurring within consistent solitude. Your inner atmosphere changes. Reactions soften, intuition sharpens, desires simplify. The nervous system gradually exits survival and enters receptivity. And receptivity is essential to manifestation. For many, attempt to force abundance while inwardly vibrating with tension. Yet abundance flows most naturally toward the spirit that has become spacious enough to receive it. The closed fist cannot receive water. The quiet, open hand can. This is why solitude multiplies prosperity. It restores energetic spaciousness. There are answers already moving toward you that cannot enter a crowded mind. There are opportunities waiting for the moment your inner noise subsides enough to perceive them. There are blessings delayed, not by punishment, but by overstimulation. Silence clears the path. The ancient Taoist sages taught that muddy water becomes clear not through force, but through stillness. So too does your life begin clarifying when you stop compulsively stirring it through anxiety and constant reaction. You will notice subtle transformations. Moments once filled automatically with distraction will begin feeling sacred. Dawn may appear more luminous. Ordinary sounds become soothing. Even simple acts, preparing tea, walking slowly, folding cloth, lighting a candle, gain quiet depth. This is not withdrawal from life. It is deeper participation in life. For the distracted soul skims existence only at the surface, while the silent soul begins touching the hidden current beneath appearances. Protect these moments carefully. Do not explain them to those who cannot understand sacred solitude. Many people fear silence because it confronts them with themselves. They rush endlessly toward stimulation to avoid hearing the deeper voice within. But you are walking another path now, the path of inward refinement. There will be evenings when loneliness visits your sanctuary. Sit anyway. There will be days when the ritual feels uneventful. Continue anyway. Sacred transformation rarely announces itself dramatically. It gathers slowly, like moonlight filling a dark room. Trust the gradual work. A hidden root system may spread for years before the first visible bloom appears above the earth. So too are unseen changes unfolding within you now. The spirit that learns to dwell peacefully in solitude becomes difficult for the world to manipulate. Such a being no longer chases approval desperately. They no longer scatter energy seeking constant reassurance. Their center deepens beyond external turbulence. This inward stability becomes magnetic. People may sense unusual calm around you without understanding why. Opportunities may begin arriving with less struggle. Synchronicities increase. Timing feels guided rather than forced. Do not cling to these effects. Remain devoted instead to the silence itself. For sacred solitude is not merely a technique for gaining wealth. It is remembrance of your original wholeness beneath the noise of the world. And from that wholeness, abundance flows naturally, like water descending from an untouched mountain spring. There are moments when the veil between the visible and invisible becomes thinner. Ancient mystics knew this. They understood that time is not merely mechanical movement measured by clocks and calendars. Time possesses texture, atmosphere, spiritual tides. Certain hours nourish manifestation more deeply because the collective noise of the world softens, allowing subtler energies to emerge. The sacred practitioner learns to recognize these hidden openings. For abundance does not flow only through effort, it flows through alignment with divine timing. Most people move against the rhythm of life. They force action during inward seasons of stillness and hesitate during moments ripe for transformation. They live disconnected from the deeper pulse moving beneath existence itself. But the soul devoted to silent abundance becomes attentive to sacred timing, like a sailor reading hidden currents beneath the surface of the sea. There is an ancient story told among wandering ascetics concerning a gardener who cultivated extraordinary flowers in the middle of a barren desert. Travelers journeyed
From distant kingdoms simply to witness the impossible beauty blooming around his hidden sanctuary. Many asked the gardener for his secret. Some believed he possessed magical soil. Others suspected rare seeds gathered from forgotten lands. Yet the old gardener only smiled gently and replied, "I water them during the hour when the desert is listening." No one understood. At last, one curious traveler remained awake through the night to observe him. Just before dawn, during that mysterious stillness when darkness begins surrendering itself to light, the gardener emerged silently, carrying water. The air itself felt different then. The world seemed suspended between breaths. He watered the flowers without speaking. Years later, the traveler finally understood the teaching. The gardener was not merely watering plants. He was working in harmony with sacred timing. So must you. There are hours when your spirit becomes more receptive to abundance, insight, healing, and manifestation. These hours exist naturally within the architecture of life itself. The first is the hour before dawn. In many traditions, this time was considered holy because human thought fields remain quieter then. The world has not yet fully awakened into noise and demand. Consciousness rests closer to the invisible realms from which intuition emerges.
If possible, rise occasionally before sunrise. Not every day through forceful discipline, but regularly enough to enter communion with this sacred atmosphere. Do not begin with haste. Sit quietly in darkness or soft candlelight. Allow yourself to breathe slowly while the world remains hushed around you. During this hour, your thoughts possess unusual potency. The subconscious mind becomes more permeable. Intentions settle deeper into the energetic field. Visualizations gain clarity. Prayer travels differently through the stillness. This is an ideal time for your silent prosperity rituals. Place your hands gently over your heart. Then imagine your life already harmonized with abundance.
Do not focus obsessively upon material details. Instead, feel the emotional atmosphere of fulfilled prosperity, peace, spaciousness, freedom, gratitude, purpose, quiet sufficiency. See yourself moving through ordinary life with inward ease, bills handled calmly, opportunities arriving naturally, creative work flourishing, relationships becoming harmonious, your home filled with serenity. Feel this reality softly rather than straining toward it. The invisible responds more readily to coherent feeling than desperate demand. Remain there several moments, then whisper inwardly, "What is meant for me is already finding its way through sacred timing." Allow the words to dissolve into silence afterward. The second sacred hour arrives after sunset. This is the hour of release. Throughout the day, Human beings absorb countless impressions, emotions, anxieties, and energetic disturbances from the outer world. Evening rituals help cleanse this accumulation before sleep, preventing the subconscious from becoming overcrowded with fear and noise. As darkness settles, reduce unnecessary stimulation whenever possible. Dim lights, speak more softly, move more slowly. Treat evening not as empty time to escape from yourself, but as preparation for inner restoration. Before sleep, sit quietly for several minutes and review the day gently, not with harsh judgment, with awareness. Ask yourself, where did I
leak energy today? Where did fear speak through me? Where did abundance already reveal itself quietly? Then imagine placing the entire day into a flowing river of light. Allow regrets, tensions, and unfinished thoughts to drift away downstream. You are teaching the nervous system to trust life again. This trust becomes magnetic. The anxious spirit repels abundance because it continually broadcasts fear of insufficiency into the field of reality. But the calm spirit becomes receptive, open, harmonious, like fertile earth welcoming rain. There is another hidden teaching concerning sacred timing. Not every vision should be acted upon immediately. Some dreams require gestation. A seed forced open too soon dies before becoming a tree. Fruit harvested before ripening lacks sweetness. The moon itself moves through phases before fullness appears.
Patience is therefore not passivity. It is cooperation with divine sequence. You must learn to sense when action is ripe and when silence remains necessary. The ego often rushes because it fears uncertainty. Yet sacred timing cannot be manipulated through panic. The invisible world unfolds according to deeper intelligence than ordinary thought can perceive. There will be moments when intuition instructs you to wait quietly despite external pressure. Honor this guidance. And there will be moments when a strange clarity urges immediate movement. Honor that also. The practitioner of silent abundance listens inwardly before acting outwardly. This listening refines discernment over time. You begin sensing the difference between fear-driven urgency and genuine spiritual prompting. One feels contracted and frantic. The other feels calm, precise, almost inevitable. Trust the calmer voice. Nature herself teaches this wisdom endlessly.
The tides do not apologize for retreating before returning stronger. Winter does not resist becoming spring. Night does not compete with morning. Everything sacred moves according to rhythm rather than force. Your prosperity follows the same law. There are seasons for planting, seasons for hidden growth, seasons for visible harvest, and seasons for sacred rest. Many people exhaust themselves because they dishonor these cycles. They demand visible results during periods intended for inward preparation. They panic during silence rather than recognizing it as gestation. But you are learning another way now, the way of attunement. This path requires patience deeper than ordinary waiting. It asks you to trust unseen movement, even when visible evidence appears delayed. It asks you to remember that roots develop underground long before branches emerge toward light. Tonight, before sleeping, place a small bowl of water near your bedside. As you gaze into the water, imagine it absorbing all agitation from your spirit. See its surface becoming perfectly still beneath moonlight. Then whisper softly, "I move in harmony with sacred timing. I do not force what is already unfolding."
Leave the water untouched overnight. In the morning, pour it outside onto the earth with gratitude, symbolically
Releasing resistance back into nature for transformation. Simple rituals awaken ancient layers of consciousness. They remind the soul that manifestation is not mechanical control over life, but sacred relationship with invisible law. And the deeper you align with these rhythms, the more abundance begins arriving not through struggle, but through graceful convergence, like dawn arriving precisely when the world is ready to receive light.
There are treasures the soul must carry quietly, not because they are fragile in weakness, but because they are powerful in becoming. Sacred things lose clarity when exposed prematurely to the restless gaze of the world. Like incense burning within open storm wind, their subtle essence disperses before it can fully gather strength. This is why the ancient initiates guarded certain teachings in silence, not from cruelty, not from superiority, but from reverence for spiritual law. They understood that energy protected becomes concentrated. Energy constantly displayed becomes diluted. The world teaches people to reveal everything immediately. Every dream, every plan, every movement of the inner life. Yet this endless exposure fractures the quiet magnetism necessary for manifestation. Each unnecessary explanation leaks force outward before transformation roots deeply enough to sustain itself. The sacred practitioner therefore learns the discipline of holy concealment. You need not announce every seed you plant within your soul. There is an old story carried through hidden monasteries concerning a young disciple who discovered a rare golden bird within the mountains. Its feathers shimmered with extraordinary beauty, unlike anything ever seen in the kingdom below. Filled with excitement, the disciple rushed into the village, proclaiming his discovery to all who would listen. Soon, crowds climbed the mountain seeking the bird. Hunters pursued it greedily. Curious travelers disturbed its resting places.
Noise filled the once silent valleys. Before long, the bird vanished completely. Heartbroken, the disciple returned to the monastery and asked the elder master why such beauty had disappeared. The old master replied, "Some wonders visit only the quiet." Your prosperity is like this golden bird. The more sacred and transformative you're becoming, the more carefully it must be protected during its early stages. Not every mind is capable of holding your vision with purity. Some carry unconscious fear. Others project limitation without realizing it. Some diminish what they cannot yet understand. This is why silence becomes a shield. Not defensive fear, sacred preservation. You are not required to explain your inner path to those devoted entirely to appearances. You are not obligated to seek permission for spiritual refinement. The deepest transformations often unfold invisibly while outward life appears unchanged. Allow this mystery. There is power in becoming inwardly rich before the world notices.
Today, you will begin the ritual of sealed intention. Take a small piece of paper and write one desire you are nurturing privately. Make it precise yet sacred, not merely material acquisition, but the deeper condition beneath it. Instead of writing, "I want more money," write, "I welcome a life of peaceful and purposeful prosperity." Instead of, "I want success," write, "I become inwardly harmonious with meaningful abundance." When you finish, fold the paper carefully 3 times. Hold it between your hands and close your eyes. Imagine golden light surrounding the intention completely, sealing it from interference, doubt, envy, and restless energy. See the desire entering a hidden chamber within your soul, where it can mature safely beneath silence. Then
place the folded paper somewhere secret. Do not reopen it for many weeks. This ritual teaches the subconscious mind to trust invisible gestation. Most people uproot their manifestations repeatedly through anxiety. They speak too soon, doubt too soon, seek reassurance too soon. Yet
the hidden seed cannot survive endless disturbance. Leave it undisturbed within silence. The unseen continues working. There is another mystery hidden within sacred secrecy. Silence deepens inner listening. When you stop explaining yourself constantly, you begin hearing subtler guidance arising from within. Energy once wasted through performance becomes available for perception. Intuition sharpens. Discernment strengthens. You begin sensing the difference between what is truly aligned and what merely seeks external approval. This distinction changes everything. Many people pursue goals that do not belong to their soul because they have absorbed the desires of society unconsciously. They chase status while starving spiritually. They accumulate possessions, yet remain inwardly restless because the path was never authentically theirs. But silence purifies desire. In solitude and secrecy, false ambitions begin falling away. What remains carries unusual stillness around it, a quiet certainty untouched by comparison or performance. This certainty is sacred. Protect it carefully. The ancient Hermetic practitioners taught that power moves most effectively through containment.
A river scattered across flat land loses force, but water concentrated through narrow channels becomes capable of turning great wheels of stone. Your attention operates similarly. Every unnecessary conversation about your becoming disperses psychic energy. Every attempt to convince others weakens concentration. But silent devotion gathers force inwardly until manifestation begins occurring with almost mysterious inevitability. You may already sense this truth from your own life. Notice how certain dreams weakened after being exposed too early. Observe how some visions lost vitality beneath external opinions. And remember moments when private intentions unfolded with surprising grace precisely because they remained protected within silence. The soul learns through observation. Tonight, you will perform another quiet exercise. Sit alone in darkness or candlelight. Imagine your life as a sacred garden surrounded by high stone walls. Within this garden, grow your deepest intentions, your healing, your prosperity, your unfolding purpose. Now imagine that outside the walls, many voices move through the world. Some are fearful, some skeptical, some distracted, some well-meaning yet unaware of how fragile becoming can be during its early stages. The walls do not reject the world. They simply protect what is still growing. Walk slowly through this inner garden. Observe the plants carefully. Some are still seeds beneath the earth. Some have become small green shoots. Others are nearly blooming. Offer each one silent gratitude. Then say inwardly, I allow my sacred becoming to mature in peace. Remain there quietly for several moments. Feel the calmness this protection creates. There is great misunderstanding surrounding secrecy. Some believe silence means hiding from life. But sacred secrecy is not fear-based concealment. It is conscious, energetic stewardship. A jeweler does not leave precious gold exposed carelessly in crowded streets.
A monastery protects sacred manuscripts from storms and fire.
Nature herself conceals her deepest processes within darkness, roots underground, children within the womb, transformation within the cocoon. Life protects what matters most until readiness arrives. You belong to this same rhythm. As your inner prosperity strengthens, there will come moments when visible evidence naturally emerges. Opportunities unfold, resources multiply. Peace radiates quietly from your presence. Others may notice changes they cannot fully explain. Resist the temptation to over-explain. Allow mystery to remain. Not all wisdom requires verbal translation. Some truths are transmitted through presence alone. The person aligned with silent abundance carries an atmosphere difficult to describe. They move calmly while others rush. They trust while others panic. They conserve energy while others scatter it through endless reaction. This quiet composure becomes its own form of wealth. For the deepest prosperity is not noisy. It does not beg to be seen. It ripens silently beneath the veil of sacred secrecy until the appointed hour when life itself reveals what silence has been nurturing all along.
There is a form of giving that multiplies unseen. Not the giving performed for praise, not the generosity displayed like ornament before crowds, but the quiet offering made without witness, without announcement, without demand for return. The ancients considered this one of the purest gates to sacred abundance, for the universe responds not merely to action, but to energetic intention hidden within the action. A gift offered to elevate the self-image of the giver carries one vibration. A gift offered silently, with reverence and inward sufficiency, carries another entirely. One contracts, the other expands. Silent giving teaches the soul that abundance already lives within it, and whatever the soul truly accepts inwardly begins multiplying outwardly through mysterious pathways. Most people misunderstand prosperity because they believe wealth begins with accumulation, yet spiritual abundance begins with circulation. Life itself moves through exchange. Rivers flow, breath moves in and out, seasons rotate endlessly between receiving and releasing. Stagnation weakens vitality. Sacred circulation strengthens it.
Darkness settled. She would quietly place a handful of grain beneath a tree where hungry travelers sometimes rested. No one saw her do this. She never spoke of it. Years passed, and somehow the widow never lacked food, despite harsh seasons that brought famine to surrounding villages. Others could not understand how she survived, while those with larger stores became desperate. At last, a wandering mystic explained, she never allowed fear to close her hand. This is the deeper law, hidden beneath silent generosity. The fearful spirit clings tightly because it believes supply is limited. But the soul aligned with sacred abundance understands that life flows through openness, trust, and energetic circulation. You must therefore learn the ritual of invisible blessing. Choose small acts of generosity that no one will trace back to you. Leave food where it may nourish another quietly. Offer anonymous assistance when possible. Bless someone inwardly without revealing it. Place beauty into the world without attaching your identity to the act. Most importantly, give without weakening yourself. Sacred giving is not martyrdom. It is energetic harmony. The ancient mystics understood that every hidden act performed with genuine coherence becomes impressed upon the invisible field surrounding your life.
Not as punishment or reward, but resonance. The inner atmosphere created through silent generosity
changes your relationship with existence itself. You stop experiencing life as hostile scarcity. You begin experiencing life as flowing reciprocity. Tonight, perform a simple ritual. Take a small coin, bill, or object of value into your hands. Sit quietly before candlelight. As you hold it, imagine all fear surrounding money dissolving gently from your nervous system. Feel yourself releasing the ancient tension of lack carried unconsciously through generations of struggle, anxiety, and survival. Then whisper softly, "There is enough for sacred circulation." Hold the object against your heart for several breaths. Tomorrow, give it away quietly. Not dramatically, not sacrificially, silently. Do not wait for acknowledgement. Walk away peacefully afterward. This act may seem small, yet hidden rituals reshape consciousness over time. The subconscious mind learns through repeated energetic experience. Each silent offering weakens the internal architecture of fear while strengthening the vibration of trust. And trust magnetizes abundance.
There is another mystery within silent giving. It protects the purity of energy. The moment generosity becomes performance, the ego often enters, seeking recognition, superiority, or emotional debt. But when no witness exists, the offering remains spiritually clean. The act becomes communion rather than transaction. This purity carries unusual force. Nature herself reveals this law endlessly. The sun gives light without demanding praise. Trees offer shade, even to strangers. Rivers nourish lands they will never see. Life flourishes through unobstructed giving. You are part of this same sacred movement. As you deepen this practice, notice how your relationship with wealth begins changing internally. Money ceases feeling heavy with fear or desperation. Instead, it becomes energy capable of movement, blessing, and purposeful expression. This subtle shift matters greatly. Many people unconsciously repel prosperity because they associate wealth with guilt, conflict, greed, or anxiety. Their nervous systems contract around receiving itself. But silent generosity dissolves this contraction gradually. The soul begins trusting that abundance can flow through clean hands and peaceful intention. You become less afraid to receive because you no longer fear becoming spiritually corrupted by possession. This balance is essential. The path of silent abundance does not reject material prosperity. It sanctifies it through consciousness. Wealth becomes dangerous only when disconnected from inward harmony. But prosperity rooted in reverence becomes capable of nourishing many lives quietly.
There is wisdom in becoming both receptive and generous. Breath itself teaches this law. You cannot inhale continuously without exhaling, nor can you give endlessly without receiving restoration. Sacred circulation requires balance. Listen carefully to your spirit as you practice generosity. Give from centeredness rather than depletion. A candle that destroys itself completely cannot continue offering light. The ancient healers understood this deeply. They withdrew regularly into solitude to replenish their inner reservoirs before returning again to service. You must learn this rhythm also. Silent abundance grows through sustainable harmony, not self-erasure. There will come moments when the ego whispers
For recognition, you may feel tempted to reveal your generosity indirectly, to hint at your goodness, to seek acknowledgement for your invisible acts. Observe this gently, without judgment. Then return to silence. Remember the hidden widow beside the road. Her prosperity multiplied not because she performed abundance outwardly,
but because she embodied trust inwardly. This is the true alchemy. A closed spirit lives in constant fear of loss, but an open spirit enters partnership with the deeper intelligence of life itself. Such a being no longer sees existence as endless competition for limited resources. They understand something subtler, that abundance is an energetic relationship before it becomes material form. As this understanding deepens within you, unexpected shifts may occur. Assistance appears at meaningful moments. Needs resolve with unusual timing. Doors open quietly. Resources arrive through pathways impossible to predict logically. Do not become superstitious about these things. Remain humble before mystery. The universe is not a machine responding mechanically to ritual. It is living intelligence responding to resonance. Silent giving refines your resonance until you become more harmonious with the natural flow of prosperity itself. This harmony cannot be forced. It must be cultivated patiently, reverently, privately. And so you continue walking quietly through the world, carrying hidden blessings within your hands, like seeds scattered softly across unseen fields, never needing applause, never demanding witness, trusting that what is offered in silence returns multiplied through invisible law. For all true abundance flows most beautifully through the soul that has learned the sacred art of quiet generosity. Would you like me to continue with Chapter 8? Long before the outer world changes, the inner self begins wearing a new face. Not a false mask created for performance, but a sacred identity quietly accepted within consciousness. The ancients understood that reality responds to the state you inhabit most consistently. You move gradually toward the image you hold of yourself in silence, just as rivers move toward the sea without needing instruction. Most people attempt to change their lives while remaining loyal to an old inner identity. They seek abundance while secretly believing themselves unworthy of peace. They pray for prosperity while continuing to rehearse stories of limitation within their hidden thoughts. And so the outer world faithfully mirrors the inward condition already accepted as truth. The mirror of life does not ask what you wish for briefly. It reflects what you become inwardly. This is why the masters of manifestation guarded the teaching of assumed identity with such care. They knew that imagination is not fantasy alone. It is spiritual architecture, a hidden blueprint through which reality begins organizing itself over time. What you repeatedly embody inwardly becomes magnetic within the visible world. You must therefore stop waiting for outer proof before allowing yourself to become inwardly abundant. The seed does not wait to become the tree before carrying the pattern of the tree within itself. There is an old legend concerning a poor calligrapher who lived beside a forgotten river in the East. Though he possessed little money and worked in obscurity, he carried himself with unusual calmness. His clothing remained simple, yet he moved through the marketplace with quiet dignity, as though inwardly connected to some invisible inheritance. Others mocked him gently. "How can you walk with such peace," they asked, "when you own almost nothing?" The calligrapher only smiled. Years later, the emperor himself discovered the man's work hidden within an abandoned temple. The beauty of the calligraphy was unlike anything the court had ever seen. Soon, the once-forgotten artist was summoned into the royal palace and given honor beyond measure. When asked how he endured years of obscurity without bitterness, the calligrapher answered, "I became inwardly rich long before the world noticed." This is the secret. Outer prosperity arrives more naturally when the soul ceases identifying with lack. Not arrogance, not denial, embodiment. Tonight,
you will enter the ritual of assumed identity. Sit alone within your sacred space. Dim the lights until the room feels soft and timeless. Breathe slowly until your thoughts begin settling like dust descending through still air. Then, close your eyes. Imagine yourself 1 year from now, fully harmonized with silent abundance. Do not focus first upon possessions. Instead, study your presence. How does this future self move through ordinary moments? How does this version of you awaken in the morning? How do they handle money, conversation, challenge, and uncertainty? Observe carefully. This self does not rush anxiously. There is spaciousness within their nervous system. Their eyes carry quiet clarity. Their speech is measured. Their energy no longer leaks through constant fear or explanation. They trust life differently. Now, imagine entering the body of this future self completely. Feel their posture becoming your posture, their calm becoming your calm, their abundance becoming your atmosphere. Do not pretend. Receive. Remain there for several minutes until the emotional texture of this identity feels familiar rather than distant. Then, whisper inwardly, I accept the sacred identity of quiet prosperity. Repeat the phrase slowly, not to convince yourself forcefully, but to plant it gently within the deeper mind. This practice changes you gradually. The subconscious responds powerfully to repeated emotional embodiment. When you consistently inhabit the feeling of abundance inwardly, the nervous system begins reorganizing around that condition. Decisions change, reactions soften, perception sharpens, and perception itself alters destiny. For the fearful identity sees obstacles everywhere. The abundant identity notices openings invisible to anxious minds. One contracts, the other receives. This is why inner identity shapes outer experience so profoundly. The world often speaks about manifestation as though it were merely attracting objects, but the deeper teaching concerns transformation of self. The visible life becomes an echo of the inward state most deeply accepted. Ancient mystics practiced this secretly. Some would walk through empty rooms as though already inhabiting future prosperity. Others spoke inwardly to themselves, using the tone of one already at peace. Some rehearsed states of gratitude long before visible evidence appeared. They were not lying to themselves. They were cultivating resonance. A musician tunes the instrument before the performance begins. You are tuning consciousness itself. There is another reason this practice must remain private. New identities are delicate during their early formation. If exposed constantly to cynical voices, the old self attempts to return through fear and doubt. The world often pressures people to remain who they have always been, because familiar identities keep collective patterns stable. But you are no longer devoted to old patterns. You are becoming. Protect this becoming gently. You need not announce your transformation. Let it deepen quietly beneath appearances, like roots expanding underground. The strongest trees develop unseen foundations long before branches stretch toward heaven. So too must your inward abundance mature privately. Throughout the coming days, begin carrying this assumed identity into ordinary life through subtle actions. Drink water slowly, as one who is already inwardly abundant. Handle money calmly, rather than fearfully. Walk without invisible apology. Speak less from anxiety
and more from centered presence. These small adjustments matter. Every repeated action teaches the subconscious who you believe yourself to be. Identity becomes embodied through consistent ritualized behavior. You may notice resistance arising. Old thoughts may whisper, "This is not who you truly are." Observe such voices compassionately. They are echoes of previous conditioning, not eternal truth. The caterpillar would also fear becoming
Unrecognizable if it could understand the cocoon. Transformation always feels unfamiliar before it becomes natural. Remain patient with yourself. You are not forcing a false personality onto your spirit. You are uncovering the deeper self, long buried beneath fear, scarcity, and inherited limitation. This deeper self already exists. The ritual simply reveals it. There will come a time when your outer life begins reflecting these inward changes more visibly. Opportunities align, financial pathways open, relationships shift, new forms of support emerge naturally. Do not become shocked when this happens. The visible world is slower than consciousness, but it follows eventually, like dawn arriving after the unseen turning of the earth. Remember always, the sacred practitioner does not wait for permission from the world to become inwardly prosperous. They enter the chamber of assumed identity privately and allow silent embodiment to reshape reality from within. And what is cultivated faithfully within silence eventually becomes impossible for the outer world to ignore.
Not every presence deserves entrance into your inner sanctuary. This truth was understood deeply by the ancient mystics, though the modern world has largely forgotten it. They knew that human beings exchange more than words with one another. Thoughts carry atmosphere. Emotions carry vibration. Attention itself shapes the subtle field surrounding the soul. To live without energetic discernment is to leave the gates of your sacred temple open through every storm. Many people unknowingly weaken their prosperity, not through lack of effort, but through constant exposure to fear, envy, cynicism, and spiritual noise. They absorb the anxieties of others until their inner clarity becomes clouded. Their visions lose strength beneath collective doubt. Their nervous systems remain overstimulated by endless emotional interference. Yet abundance grows best within protected stillness. A garden cannot flourish when trampled constantly by wandering feet. You must therefore learn the sacred art of energetic protection. Not through paranoia, not through hatred of the world, through reverence for your becoming. There is an old account among wandering desert sages concerning a healer who carried unusual peace wherever he traveled. Villages transformed after his arrival. Conflicts softened. Sick minds became calmer. Crops even seemed to flourish more easily in places where he remained for some time. A young student once asked him, "Master, how do you protect your spirit while walking among so much suffering?" The healer replied, "I do not carry every storm into my inner home." The
Student did not understand at first. Years later, after becoming exhausted by absorbing the emotions of everyone around him, he finally grasped the teaching. Compassion does not require energetic collapse. Presence does not require self-abandonment. The sacred practitioner must remain inwardly rooted, even while moving through turbulent worlds. So must you. Your energy is precious. Where attention flows repeatedly, life force follows. Every conversation, environment, image, and emotional entanglement leaves subtle impressions upon consciousness. Some nourish your spirit, others drain it quietly over time.
begin noticing the difference. Pay attention to how your body feels after certain interactions. Observe which environments leave your nervous system contracted. Notice which conversations pull you toward fear, comparison, or heaviness. You need not condemn anyone. Simply become discerning. Tonight, you will begin the ritual of the inner gate. Sit quietly within darkness or soft candlelight. Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing before a beautiful ancient temple made of stone and gold. This temple represents your inner world, your consciousness, your energy, your sacred becoming. At the entrance stands a gate. Notice that you possess the key. Now imagine opening the gate slowly and observing what enters your temple each day. Voices, fears, images, demands, opinions, noise. Some enter gently, carrying nourishment and peace. Others arrive chaotically, scattering dust and disorder through the sacred halls within you. Observe without
Judgment. Then imagine yourself calmly closing the gate. Not permanently. Wisely. See golden light surrounding the temple walls completely. Feel the atmosphere within becoming clear, spacious, and calm once more. Then whisper inwardly, I protect my sacred energy with wisdom and peace. Remain there quietly for several moments. Feel the relief of inward boundaries. Many spiritually sensitive souls struggle with abundance because they unconsciously absorb the emotional turbulence surrounding them. They become overwhelmed by collective fear regarding money, survival, success, and self-worth. Over time, these energies distort their own inner resonance. But you are learning another path now, the path of sacred containment. This means becoming intentional about what enters your consciousness. Reduce unnecessary exposure to noise designed to provoke fear. Step away from conversations devoted entirely to complaint and bitterness. Spend less time explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding. Protect your mornings especially, for the mind is highly receptive upon waking. Your first moments each day shape the energetic atmosphere that follows. Fill them carefully.
Ancient initiates often began dawn in silence before speaking to anyone. They understood that consciousness emerging from sleep resembles still water, easily impressed by the first energies it encounters. You may begin adopting similar rituals. Before touching the outer world each morning, place one hand upon your chest. Breathe slowly. Ask yourself quietly, what atmosphere should I be today? Then choose intentionally. Peace, clarity, abundance, patience, trust. These are not emotions. They are energetic environments. The more consistently you cultivate them inwardly, the more reality begins reflecting them outwardly. There is another hidden teaching concerning energetic protection. Do not reveal your sacred practices carelessly. Not every soul can understand silent abundance without projecting fear or mockery upon it. Some will attempt to pull you back toward old patterns because your transformation unsettles the identities they cling to within themselves. Remain compassionate, but remain private. The flame protected from harsh wind burns steadily through the night. So too must your inner work remain sheltered during its growth. You are not required to defend
Your peace? You are not obligated to convince others of unseen truths. Silence itself becomes protection. As your practice deepens, you may notice an unusual sensitivity emerging within you. Crowded places may feel heavier. Certain environments may disturb your spirit more quickly than before. This is not weakness. It is refinement.
The clearer water becomes, the more easily it detects impurity. Yet do not allow discernment to become fearfulness. The purpose of energetic protection is not withdrawal from humanity. It is inward coherence. You are learning how to remain rooted within yourself while moving gracefully through the world. Like a lantern carried carefully through darkness without allowing the flame to extinguish. There are practical ways to strengthen this inner stability. Spend time near natural water whenever possible. Rivers, rain, oceans, even simple bowls of water possess cleansing symbolic power recognized across ancient traditions. Walk slowly beneath trees. Open windows regularly to invite fresh air into your space. Burn incense or light
Candles with conscious intention rather than habit. Small rituals reshape atmosphere. Your living environment matters more than you realize. Rooms absorb emotional residue. Disorder clouds the mind subtly. Spaces filled constantly with noise weaken inner receptivity. Treat your home not merely as shelter, but as extension of consciousness itself. Bring calmness into it deliberately. There will be moments when you feel misunderstood on this path. Others may interpret your quietness as distance. Some may not understand why you protect your energy more carefully now. You need not explain endlessly. The sacred practitioner learns that constant justification weakens inner authority. Instead, remain kind, grounded, and inwardly clear. A mountain does not apologize for standing apart from the storm. And slowly, through this practice of energetic stewardship, your spirit becomes less reactive, less fragmented, less easily disturbed by passing turbulence. Within that protected stillness, abundance begins growing more naturally. For prosperity flourishes best where peace is guarded wisely. Beneath the visible movements of the world, there is a quieter current carrying all life forward. Most people never sense it. They become consumed by surfaces, appearances, delays, fears, and temporary conditions, believing reality is fixed by what the eyes presently see. Yet the ancient mystics taught that existence is far more fluid than it appears. Beneath form flows an invisible river of intelligence, endlessly arranging, dissolving, and reshaping all things according to deeper laws. The soul aligned with silent abundance learns to move with this river rather than against it. This is the beginning of true ease. Not passivity, not surrender born from defeat. Sacred cooperation. There is an old legend from a forgotten mountain province concerning a ferryman who guided travelers across a dangerous river known for its violent currents. Many younger boatmen fought desperately against the water, exhausting themselves in fear. Yet the old ferryman crossed with remarkable calmness, even during storms. A traveler once asked him his secret. The ferryman dipped his hand into the water and replied, "The river carries those who stop arguing with its nature." The traveler pondered these words for many years before understanding them. Life itself is this river. When you resist every uncertainty, cling to rigid expectations, or panic during invisible seasons, your energy becomes tangled in opposition. Fear contracts perception. The nervous system tightens. Abundance struggles to flow through a spirit constantly braced against life. But when you become inwardly receptive, something changes. You begin sensing that existence is not withholding from you. It is responding to your state of being. This realization softens the soul. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of the sacred river. Sit quietly in your sanctuary. Place a bowl of water before you, if possible. Let the surface become still.
Observe how calmly it reflects light without effort. Now close your eyes. Imagine yourself standing beside a vast river flowing beneath moonlight. The water moves slowly, silently, endlessly toward distant, unseen horizons. This river represents the deeper intelligence guiding your life. Step into the water gently. At first, you may feel resistance, fear of losing control, fear of uncertainty, fear that without struggle, nothing will happen. These fears are old echoes, carried by generations,
Taught to survive through tension.
do not fight them.
Allow the river to hold you. Feel yourself floating peacefully rather than battling the current. Notice that the water supports you naturally when you stop thrashing against it. Then whisper inwardly, I allow sacred abundance to carry me through divine flow. Remain there quietly. Feel the nervous system softening. Most manifestations are delayed not because life refuses them, but because the mind strangles its own receptivity through constant anxiety. The spirit becomes like clenched fists attempting to grasp water. But abundance enters more easily through openness. This is why stillness matters so deeply. In stillness, you begin trusting the unseen movement
Already occurring beneath appearances. You no longer demand immediate evidence every moment. You understand that invisible rearrangements are constantly unfolding beyond the reach of ordinary perception. The seed trusts darkness before the sprout appears. The tide retreats before returning again. Winter itself prepares the hidden architecture of spring. So too are unseen movements occurring within your life now. Trust this process quietly. There is another mystery hidden within the river. What you resist persistently often strengthens within consciousness. Fear resisted violently becomes obsession. Lack feared constantly becomes energetically magnified. But when observed calmly, without panic, old limitations begin dissolving naturally, like mist beneath morning sunlight. The sacred practitioner, therefore, learns the art of non-resistance. This does not mean accepting suffering passively. It means ceasing to feed unwanted conditions with continuous emotional struggle. Attention itself nourishes experience. Where fear fixes itself obsessively, energy accumulates. You must learn to redirect rather than battle. When anxious thoughts arise concerning money, do not wrestle them endlessly. Acknowledge them softly. Then return attention toward abundance, trust, and inward
Sufficiency. Over time, new neural and energetic pathways strengthen through repetition. The river changes course gradually. So does consciousness. The ancient Taoist sages spoke often of water because it reveals the nature of true power. Water does not forcefully attack stone, yet over centuries it reshapes entire mountains. It yields without weakness. It adapts without losing essence. It moves around obstacles while continuing faithfully toward the sea. Become like this, inwardly. Rigid minds fracture beneath pressure. Flowing minds adapt and endure. You may notice as this practice deepens that opportunities begin arriving with less strain. Certain problems resolve unexpectedly. Meetings occur at meaningful times. Ideas emerge effortlessly during still moments rather than through frantic forcing. This is not coincidence alone. When inner resistance softens, perception widens.
you begin noticing pathways previously hidden by fear. The field of life responds differently to a spirit moving in coherence rather than contraction. Do not mistake this for laziness. Sacred flow still requires action. The ferryman must still guide the boat. The gardener must still tend the soil. But their actions arise from harmony.
Rather than desperation, this distinction changes everything. There will be days when external conditions appear unchanged despite your inner work. During such times, remember the river beneath the surface. Much movement occurs invisibly before visible transformation appears. The roots spread underground first. The moon alters tides before dawn reveals the sea. The unseen always precedes the seen. Remain faithful to the process. Each moment you choose trust over panic, spaciousness over contraction, silence over noise, you strengthen your alignment with sacred abundance. This alignment accumulates quietly over time, like water carving stone. There is also wisdom in releasing the need to control every detail of manifestation. Many people weaken their prosperity through obsessive attachment to exact outcomes. They grip tightly from fear, unable to trust the intelligence of life itself. But the sacred practitioner plans intentions carefully, then allows space for the invisible to arrange the path. Sometimes abundance arrives through doors the rational mind would never have imagined. Sometimes apparent delays protect you from misaligned outcomes. Sometimes what leaves your life creates space for what truly belongs. The river knows pathways hidden from the eye standing on the shore. Tonight, before sleep, place your hands gently over your stomach and breathe slowly. Imagine an inner river flowing through your body, washing away tension, fear, urgency, and resistance. Feel the current moving through every part of your being, restoring harmony and trust.
Then, whisper softly, "I flow with sacred timing and unseen guidance." Allow sleep to carry you afterward. For even while you rest, the river beneath all things continues moving quietly toward your becoming. And all true abundance arrives most naturally to the soul that has learned how to stop fighting the current of life itself.
Before abundance becomes visible in the outer world, it often appears first as a subtle shift in perception. The grateful soul begins seeing richness where others see emptiness. Quiet blessings emerge from ordinary moments. Water becomes sacred. Bread becomes sacred. Breath itself becomes sacred. And through this transformation of awareness, the inner atmosphere changes profoundly. Most people wait for prosperity before allowing themselves gratitude. The ancient mystics practiced the opposite path. They cultivated gratitude before visible evidence appeared because they understood a hidden law. Consciousness expands toward what it reverently acknowledges. Attention nourishes reality. What you consistently bless inwardly grows stronger within your experience. The fearful mind counts absence endlessly. The abundant mind recognizes presence. This distinction shapes destiny. There is an old story carried through forgotten monastic orders concerning a blind monk who lived in extreme simplicity atop a windswept cliff overlooking the sea. Travelers often pitied him because he possessed no wealth, no status, and no sight with which to admire the world around him. Yet, whenever visitors entered his small stone dwelling, they encountered unusual peace there. The monk greeted each sunrise
With tears of gratitude, he thanked the wind for its songs through the cracks in the walls. He blessed every cup of water as though receiving treasure from heaven itself. One young traveler finally asked him, "How can you feel so wealthy while owning so little?" The monk smiled gently and answered,
because nothing escapes my reverence. Years later, the traveler understood. The monk's wealth had never depended upon possession. It emerged from sacred perception. This does not mean material
Prosperity lacks value. The path of silent abundance welcomes physical well-being, security, beauty, and flourishing. But it teaches that outer wealth without inward reverence becomes spiritually hollow. No amount of accumulation satisfies a consciousness trained only to notice lack. Gratitude, therefore, becomes alchemy. It transforms the nervous system from contraction into receptivity. Tonight, you will begin the ritual of hidden thanksgiving. Sit quietly before candlelight or darkness. Place both hands over your heart and close your eyes. Now begin recalling small blessings you normally overlook. The warmth of sunlight upon your skin, clean water, moments of unexpected kindness, a safe place to rest. The rhythm of breath moving effortlessly within you. The mysterious intelligence keeping your heart beating through every night. Do not rush. Allow yourself to feel genuine reverence for these things. Then move deeper. Begin expressing gratitude for unseen abundance already forming beyond your current perception. Thank life for opportunity still approaching, for healing still unfolding, for prosperity gathering invisibly beneath the surface of events. Whisper softly, I give thanks for abundance already moving toward me through sacred silence. Remain there quietly. Feel the emotional atmosphere changing within you. Gratitude is not denial of hardship. It is alignment with wholeness beneath temporary conditions. Many people unknowingly strengthen scarcity by obsessing continuously over what is missing. Their thoughts circle absence day and night until lack becomes the dominant vibration impressed upon consciousness. But gratitude interrupts this pattern. The mind cannot fully inhabit fear and reverence simultaneously. This is why ancient traditions considered Thanksgiving a sacred spiritual
Thanksgiving, a sacred spiritual technology, rather than simple politeness. Gratitude shifts attention from contraction toward openness. It reminds the subconscious that life contains support, beauty, and possibility, even during uncertain seasons. And what the subconscious accepts repeatedly begins shaping perception itself. You start noticing opportunities previously ignored. Solutions emerge where anxiety once created blindness. Synchronicities increase because the mind becomes less consumed by
Defensive survival patterns. The grateful spirit sees differently. There is another hidden mystery within gratitude. It protects abundance from corruption. Many lose peace after receiving prosperity because they never cultivated reverence beforehand. Wealth amplifies consciousness. If fear governs the spirit, more resources often create more anxiety. But when gratitude exists first, prosperity flows into a prepared inner vessel. The soul remains balanced. This is why you must practice gratitude, not only after receiving, but during becoming. A farmer thanks the earth before harvest appears. A sailor respects the sea before reaching shore. The sacred practitioner honors unseen movement
before visible manifestation arrives. This trust deepens magnetic coherence. There is a subtle energy surrounding genuine gratitude, difficult to describe with ordinary language. It softens resistance. It harmonizes the nervous system. It signals to the deeper mind that existence is not purely hostile or withholding. And the nervous system that feels safe becomes more receptive to abundance. Many manifestations fail because the body itself remains trapped in survival fear. The conscious mind asks for prosperity, while the deeper system braces constantly for danger, disappointment, or loss. Gratitude begins dissolving this inner contradiction. Slowly, gently, organically. As this practice deepens, you may notice yourself becoming calmer around money itself. Fear loosens. Comparison weakens. The urgency to prove worth through possessions fades. You begin relating to prosperity as sacred stewardship rather than desperate acquisition. This changes the quality of what enters your life. The world often chases abundance aggressively because it believes happiness exists somewhere outside the present moment. But the mystics discovered another truth. The future is shaped most powerfully by the state you cultivate now. A consciousness steeped continuously in resentment and lack carries those conditions into every tomorrow. But a consciousness rooted in reverence begins attracting realities aligned with that inner atmosphere. The outer world echoes the hidden emotional climate of the soul. Protect this understanding carefully. Do not force gratitude artificially during moments of pain. False positivity weakens authenticity. Instead, search gently for even the smallest thread of grace still present within difficult seasons. Sometimes gratitude begins simply with breath, with endurance, with the quiet fact that your spirit continues walking forward. Even this is sacred. There will be evenings when abundance feels distant. On such nights, sit quietly and remember the blind monk beside the sea. Though his outer circumstances remain simple, his consciousness moved through hidden kingdoms of richness invisible to ordinary eyes. You are learning to enter those kingdoms now. Not by denying material reality, but by sanctifying perception itself. Before sleep tonight, write down 7 quiet blessings from your day. They need not be dramatic. A peaceful moment, a meaningful word, warm tea, silence, a helpful insight, the beauty of rain against a window. Write slowly. Treat each blessing like a golden thread woven into the hidden tapestry of your becoming. Then close the journal.
And rest. For gratitude offered sincerely becomes a silent invitation through which abundance recognizes its own reflection within you. And life always flows more generously toward the soul that knows how to receive ordinary moments as sacred gifts, already overflowing with invisible wealth.
There is a sacred interval between asking and receiving. Most people fear this interval. They interpret silence as absence, delay as rejection, stillness as failure. Yet the ancient mystics understood that the unseen world requires gestation, just as nature does. Seeds disappear into darkness before roots awaken. The moon vanishes before becoming full again. Even the dawn arrives through gradual softening rather than sudden command. The soul devoted to silent abundance must therefore learn how to dwell peacefully within the in-between. This is one of the greatest hidden initiations. For many desires are abandoned not because they were impossible, but because impatience uprooted them before manifestation matured. The anxious spirit keeps digging into the soil, searching for proof, disturbing the process repeatedly through fear and doubt. But sacred becoming unfolds best beneath quiet trust. There is an old story whispered among wandering mystics concerning a woman who carried a small clay lamp through a desert pilgrimage. Each evening she lit the lamp and placed it beside her sleeping mat, beneath the stars. One traveler mocked her gently. "Why carry such a tiny flame through so much darkness?" he asked. "It changes nothing." The woman smiled softly and replied, "The flame is not struggling against the night. It is simply remaining faithful until morning." Years later, the traveler finally understood. The lamp represented inner certainty, not force, not urgency, steady devotion during unseen hours. So too must you learn to hold your vision quietly, without demanding immediate evidence. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of suspended trust. Sit alone within your sacred sanctuary. Before you, place a covered bowl or small closed container. Inside it, place a folded paper containing one sacred intention you have already offered to silence. Do not open it. Now sit quietly before the sealed container. Observe what arises within you. Perhaps impatience, perhaps curiosity, perhaps fear that nothing is happening. Breathe slowly through these sensations. Then imagine the unseen world continuing its silent labor beyond your awareness. Invisible pathways rearranging, encounters preparing themselves, ideas ripening, timing aligning through dimensions too subtle for ordinary perception. The roots are spreading underground, even if you cannot yet see the tree. Place one hand gently over your heart and whisper, "I trust what is unfolding beyond my sight." Remain there in stillness for several minutes. This practice strengthens spiritual endurance. The modern world conditions people to expect immediate proof for everything. Yet the deeper laws of manifestation operate through rhythm rather than instant gratification. Life itself moves ceremonially. Oceans carve stone over centuries. Forests mature slowly. Galaxies turn through vast, invisible cycles. Why then should your becoming unfold without sacred timing? Patience is not passive waiting. It is stabilized faith. There is another hidden danger within impatience. When desire becomes desperate, it often collapses inward upon itself energetically. Fear begins contaminating the original vision. The nervous system tightens. Attention becomes obsessive. Instead of aligning with abundance, consciousness begins broadcasting lack continuously. The soul whispers, "It is not here. It is not here. It is not here." And the outer world echoes this vibration faithfully. But the practitioner of silent abundance cultivates another atmosphere entirely. They plant intentions carefully, nourish them through ritual and embodiment, then release compulsive grasping. Like a gardener who waters faithfully without tearing open the earth every morning searching for roots. This calm expectancy possesses unusual magnetic force. Ancient Hermetic teachings described manifestation not as forcing reality, but as entering resonance with possibilities already existing invisibly. Your inner state becomes the bridge through which unseen realities condense gradually into visible form. This requires trust deeper than ordinary wishing. You must believe in unseen movement while standing within apparent stillness. Nature reveals this law constantly. Winter forests appear lifeless to impatient eyes, yet beneath frozen earth, countless preparations for spring are already unfolding. The caterpillar dissolves entirely within the cocoon before wings emerge. The tide retreats before returning again, Silence itself often signals preparation
rather than absence. Remember this during seasons when little appears to change outwardly. Your inner work is never wasted. Each moment of calm embodiment reshapes the subconscious. Each ritual strengthens energetic coherence. Each act of sacred patience deepens your alignment with abundance itself. Though the visible world may seem unchanged temporarily, invisible architecture is already shifting beneath appearances. Trust the hidden construction. There is wisdom also in releasing rigid attachment to exact forms. Many people suffer because they demand manifestation arrive through only one specific doorway. But life possesses intelligence beyond the calculations of the conscious mind. Sometimes the blessing arrives differently than imagined, yet more beautifully aligned than expected. The sacred practitioner therefore holds desires with reverence, but not imprisonment. Open hands receive more easily than clenched fists. Tonight, before sleep, perform another quiet exercise. Lie comfortably in darkness. Imagine yourself floating within a vast field of stars, suspended between worlds. Around you move countless unseen currents, carrying possibilities, meetings, opportunities, healing, and transformation. Some are already traveling toward your life now. You need not chase them. Simply remain receptive. Feel your body relaxing more deeply with each breath. Allow urgency to dissolve from the muscles, the jaw, the chest, the mind itself. Then whisper softly, "What belongs to me arrives through sacred timing." Repeat this slowly until calmness spreads through your entire being. Sleep afterward without mental struggle. The unseen continues working while you rest. There will be moments on this path when external reality appears delayed despite your devotion. During such times, do not abandon the silence. Some manifestations require deeper internal refinement before visible arrival becomes possible. Sometimes your soul itself must expand enough to hold what it seeks. This expansion often occurs invisibly, like a vessel being strengthened before receiving greater light. Don't confuse stillness with stagnation. A bow pulled backward gathers force before release. The tide withdraws before returning with greater fullness. Sacred timing often conceals movement beneath apparent pause. You are learning to become intimate with this mystery. The world rushes frantically toward outcomes, terrified of uncertainty. But the soul aligned with silent abundance walks differently, calmly, receptively, trusting that life is not empty during silence, but active in dimensions beyond immediate perception. And gradually, as this trust deepens within you, manifestation ceases feeling like struggle. It becomes communion, a quiet unfolding
between your inner state and the invisible intelligence shaping all things. Like dawn arriving faithfully after the longest night, not through force, but through eternal law, already moving silently beneath the horizon.
Before words were spoken, before temples were raised from stone, before gold passed through human hands, there was breath. Invisible, rhythmic, sacred. The ancients believed breath was more than biological motion. It was the bridge between the visible body and the unseen spirit, the silent tide through which life itself entered the human vessel. In many forgotten traditions, prosperity practices began not with thought, but with breathing. because the breath reveals the true condition of the soul. A fearful spirit breathes shallowly. An anxious mind disrupts its own rhythm. A peaceful being breathes like the ocean beneath moonlight. And since your inner rhythm shapes the field surrounding your life, the way you breathe quietly influences the way abundance moves toward you. Most people never notice this. They speak affirmations while their bodies remain clenched with fear. They pray for prosperity while breathing as though danger surrounds them constantly. Their nervous systems continue broadcasting survival despite the words formed by their lips. But the sacred practitioner learns another path. They first teach the body to remember safety. For abundance enters more naturally into a nervous system no longer imprisoned by invisible alarm. There is an old story preserved among wandering healers concerning a musician who lived beside a dense cedar forest. Though extraordinarily gifted, he struggled for many years. Every performance felt strained. Every melody lacked depth despite technical mastery. One winter evening, an elderly flute maker visited him quietly. The old man listened to the musician play, then asked only one question. "Why do you breathe as though the world is chasing you?" The musician became confused.
The flute maker took the instrument gently and played a single note so soft it seemed to emerge from the silence itself. The sound carried unusual peace. Even the room felt transformed by it. Then the old man spoke. The breath beneath the music creates the music. Years later, the musician finally understood. When his breathing changed, his art changed. And when his inner rhythm softened, prosperity began flowing toward him naturally. So it is with your life. The breath beneath your thoughts shapes the atmosphere of manifestation. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of sacred breathing. Sit comfortably within your sanctuary. Dim lights if possible. Allow the room to become still around you. Close your eyes gently. For several moments, simply observe your breathing without attempting to change it. Notice whether it feels hurried, shallow, tense, interrupted, or calm. Become aware without judgment. Then begin slowly lengthening the breath. Inhale softly through the nose for a count of 4. Hold gently for a count of 4. Exhale slowly for a count of 6. Repeat this rhythm quietly.
With each inhale, imagine drawing golden light into your body. With each exhale, release fear, urgency, and scarcity from the nervous system. Continue for several minutes. Then, imagine that your breath itself is calling abundance toward you, like tides drawn by the moon. Not through force, through harmony. Whisper inwardly, "I breathe in sacred sufficiency. I release all fear of lack." Remain there quietly. Feel your body softening from within. This practice may appear simple, yet it reshapes consciousness profoundly over time. The nervous system influences perception, decision-making, intuition, and energetic resonance. When the body remains trapped in chronic tension, abundance often feels distant because the entire system interprets life through fear. But calm breathing signals safety, and safety opens receptivity. The ancient mystics understood that many spiritual blockages were not merely mental. They were energetic contractions stored within the body itself. Through sacred breathing, these contractions slowly dissolve, like ice melting beneath sunlight. You become more spacious inwardly,
and spaciousness attracts. There is another hidden mystery within breath. It exists only in the present moment. You cannot breathe yesterday's air. You cannot inhale tomorrow. Every breath anchors consciousness into now, where true manifestation occurs. Fear lives mostly in imagined futures. Regret lives in remembered pasts. But abundance flows most naturally through presence. The soul fully present becomes magnetic because it stops scattering energy across endless mental timelines. Breath returns you to this center. Throughout the coming days, begin using breath as silent ritual within ordinary life. Before opening a bill, breathe slowly. Before entering conversation, breathe slowly. Before making decisions involving money, breathe slowly. Do not rush the nervous system into panic. Teach it another rhythm. The world often conditions people to associate wealth with stress, urgency, competition, and exhaustion. Yet sacred abundance grows more steadily within calm coherence. The river flows continuously because it does not struggle against itself. So too must your inner current become harmonious. You may notice that as your breathing deepens, your intuition sharpens as well. Insights arise unexpectedly. Decisions feel clearer. Emotional reactions soften. This happens because still breathing quiets mental turbulence, allowing subtler intelligence to emerge from beneath the surface concerns. The breath becomes a doorway. Ancient desert monks practiced entire nights of silent breathing.
Rituals beneath the stars, believing that divine wisdom entered through the spaces created by stillness. They discovered that clarity rarely arrives during frantic thought. It descends upon the quiet spirit naturally. You are rediscovering this forgotten art now. There will be moments when fear returns suddenly. Perhaps an unexpected expense, a delay, uncertainty regarding the future. During such times, resist the urge to spiral into panic immediately. Pause. Return first to the breath. Place one hand over your chest and breathe slowly until the body remembers stability again. Then respond from centeredness rather than fear. This single discipline can alter the direction of an entire life. For many people, destroy opportunities, not through lack of ability, but through reactive energy. Fear clouds perception. Anxiety weakens timing. Urgency scatters concentration. But calm presence preserves wisdom. The breath protects this presence. Tonight, before sleep, open a window if possible and stand quietly before the night air. Take 7 slow breaths. With each inhale, imagine yourself receiving invisible nourishment from existence itself. With each exhale, release the ancient burden of struggle carried through generations before you. Then whisper softly into the darkness, I am supported by unseen life. Feel the truth of this settling within your body, not as fantasy, as remembrance.
For the same intelligence guiding stars through endless heavens also breathes silently within you now. And the soul that learns to breathe with trust rather than fear becomes inwardly harmonious with the quiet rhythm through which all sacred abundance enters the world. The river shapes stone not through force, but through constancy, drop by drop, season after season, without announcement. So too does the soul become transformed through quiet repetition. Many seekers abandon sacred practices too early because they crave dramatic signs. They wish to feel instant certainty, immediate manifestation, sudden revelation. Yet the ancient mystics understood that the deepest changes occur gradually,
beneath conscious awareness, through faithful repetition performed in silence. The subconscious mind learns through rhythm. A single prayer whispered once may comfort the heart briefly, but a prayer repeated with devotion over many nights becomes architecture within consciousness itself. A single moment of stillness may soothe the nervous system temporarily, but daily stillness reshapes the inner atmosphere from which your entire life unfolds. This is why rituals matter. Not because life demands performance, but because repetition creates pathways. Thoughts repeated become beliefs. Beliefs repeated become identity. Identity repeated becomes destiny. You are always practicing something. The only question is whether your repetitions nourish
abundance, or reinforce limitation. There is an old account among hidden monastic orders concerning a stone monk who lived beside an ancient staircase carved into a mountain temple. Pilgrims climbing the steps often noticed a smooth hollow worn into one section of stone near the entrance. A young traveler once asked the monk how the hollow had formed. The monk replied, "Thousands of quiet footsteps." The traveler laughed softly. How can something so soft alter stone? The monk touched the worn surface gently and answered, "Because what is repeated with patience becomes powerful." Years later, the traveler finally understood. Human consciousness changes through the same law.
Tonight, you will begin the ritual of sacred repetition. Choose one simple prosperity phrase that resonates deeply within your spirit. Not something frantic or forceful, something calm and timeless. Perhaps, "I live within silent abundance." Or, "Sacred prosperity unfolds through me peacefully." Or, "I trust the unseen multiplication of good." Select only one. For the next 7 nights, sit quietly before sleep and repeat this phrase slowly 21 times. Speak softly or inwardly. Do not rush. Allow the words to descend beneath ordinary thought. With each repetition, imagine the phrase sinking deeper into fertile soil within your subconscious mind. Do not analyze whether you fully believe it yet. Seeds do not become trees in one evening. Your task is simply faithful planting. There is immense spiritual power in repetition performed without desperation. The world often misunderstands this principle because it worships intensity over consistency. Yet the sacred practitioner knows that steady devotion transforms more deeply than emotional extremes. The candle that burns quietly through the night gives more light than a sudden flame that consumes itself quickly. Become like the steady candle. The subconscious mind resembles a hidden garden beneath the surface of awareness. Every repeated thought acts like water upon the soil. Fear repeated strengthens roots of scarcity. Gratitude repeated nourishes peace. Abundance repeated gradually becomes inwardly familiar. And what becomes familiar to the subconscious begins feeling natural rather than distant. This matters greatly. Many people unconsciously reject prosperity because abundance feels foreign to their nervous systems. They have repeated thoughts of struggle for so many years that peace itself feels unfamiliar. Their inner identity remains loyal to old emotional climates. But quiet repetition changes emotional climate over time. Gently, organically, permanently. The ancient mystics used repetition ceremonially
because they understood that rhythm bypasses mental resistance. A
truth whispered faithfully enters places argument cannot reach. Like water softening hardened earth, repetition slowly opens the deeper mind. There is another mystery hidden within sacred repetition. It gathers energetic momentum. One day of silence brings calm. Many months of silence transform presence itself. One hidden act of generosity nourishes the spirit briefly. Years of quiet generosity alter destiny. Invisible momentum accumulates beneath repeated action. This is why you must never underestimate small rituals practiced faithfully. A single drop seems powerless, yet endless drops carve valleys through mountains. So too are your quiet practices, shaping unseen structures within your life. You may not notice dramatic changes immediately. The old self may still whisper familiar fears. External conditions may appear slow to shift. Yet beneath appearances, pathways are already forming. Neural pathways, energetic pathways, spiritual pathways. Trust the gradual work. There will be nights when the ritual feels empty. Continue anyway. There will be mornings when abundance feels distant. Continue anyway. Sacred repetition does not rely upon mood. It relies upon devotion. This devotion itself becomes magnetic. The soul that remains faithful during invisible seasons develops unusual inner strength. Such a being no longer requires constant emotional highs to sustain practice. They understand that transformation often moves quietly, beneath the threshold of immediate perception. Like roots spreading underground. Throughout your day, begin creating small, repeated gestures of abundance. Touch money with gratitude rather than fear. Pause before meals to acknowledge nourishment. Light candles slowly and intentionally. Walk calmly rather than rushing unconsciously. These small repetitions train consciousness. Your life is shaped less by occasional grand moments than by the atmosphere created through daily rhythm. Protect this rhythm carefully. The modern world fragments attention endlessly, pulling the mind into constant stimulation and distraction. But sacred abundance grows through sustained inward coherence. Repetition preserves coherence by returning consciousness repeatedly toward the same calm center. There is comfort in this sacred rhythm. Ancient monks rang bells at fixed hours not because spirit required rigid structure, but because repetition harmonized the mind with timelessness. The repeated sound became doorway, reminder, anchor. You too must create anchors within your life. Simple, repeated acts that return you gently to abundance, trust, silence, and presence. Over time, these rituals cease feeling like effort. They become natural extensions of your being. The nervous system begins expecting peace rather than fear. Gratitude arises spontaneously. Calmness deepens. Manifestation unfolds more fluidly because inner contradiction weakens. You become internally aligned, and alignment changes everything.
Tonight, after completing your chosen phrase 21 times, sit quietly for several moments afterward. Do not ask for signs. Do not demand proof. Simply feel gratitude that unseen transformation is already underway through the law of quiet repetition. Then extinguish your candle slowly or rest within darkness peacefully. For every sacred word repeated with sincerity becomes another silent footstep shaping the hidden staircase of your becoming. And one day, you will look back upon your life and realize that abundance entered not through sudden miracle alone, but through countless quiet moments repeated faithfully in secret, until your entire spirit learned the rhythm of prosperity itself.
Every reality begins as an image carried quietly within consciousness. Before temples rise, they exist in the imagination of the architect. Before ships cross oceans, they appear first within the mind of the builder. Before abundance enters visible life, it forms silently as inward picture, emotional atmosphere, and hidden expectation. The ancient mystics guarded this understanding carefully. They knew that imagination is not idle fantasy. It is sacred visioning, a subtle creative faculty through which consciousness communicates with the deeper field of reality. The images you cultivate repeatedly within yourself become energetic instructions impressed upon the unseen architecture of your life. Most people imagine unconsciously. They rehearse fear. They replay failure. They envision rejection before action begins. And because these inner pictures are charged continually with emotion, the subconscious accepts them as familiar truths. Life then reflects these hidden expectations back through circumstance, behavior, and perception. But the practitioner of silent abundance learns to cultivate sacred images deliberately, not through forceful wishing, through reverent inner planting. There is an old story from a forgotten coastal village concerning an elderly woman who maintained a hidden garden behind her small stone home. Travelers passing by.
You often wondered why the garden remained beautiful even during difficult seasons, when surrounding lands became dry and barren. One young fisherman finally asked her secret. The woman smiled and led him quietly through the gate. Beneath the visible flowers, she showed him something unexpected. Beneath the soil lay carefully arranged channels carrying water invisibly to every root. "The garden survives," she said softly, "because nourishment reaches it long before the eye sees bloom." Years later, the fisherman understood. The visible flourishes according to what is nourished invisibly. So too does your life. The inner images you sustain become hidden channels feeding your future. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of sacred visualization. Sit quietly within your sanctuary. Allow your breathing to soften until your thoughts become stiller, like water settling beneath moonlight. Then, close your eyes. Imagine yourself walking through a beautiful hidden garden at dawn. This garden represents your future life already harmonized
With silent abundance. Move slowly. Observe every detail carefully. Notice the atmosphere first. Is it peaceful? Spacious? Luminous? Feel the emotional texture surrounding this place. Now begin exploring. See the home your soul feels nourished within. Observe how calmly you move through daily life there. Notice the absence of desperation. Feel the steadiness within your nervous system. Your relationships carry harmony. Your work carries meaning. Resources flow naturally, enough to support beauty, rest, generosity, and freedom. Do not rush toward possessions alone. See yourself as inwardly transformed. Observe how you handle challenges with greater calmness. Notice how gracefully you receive opportunities. Feel the quiet confidence moving through your body. Now touch something within the garden. A tree, a stone fountain, a flower blooming beside the path. As you touch it, whisper inwardly, "This reality is already forming within silence." Remain there for several moments,
feel gratitude, not for fantasy, but for invisible becoming. Visualization practiced this way reshapes consciousness gradually. The subconscious mind responds powerfully to emotionally charged imagery repeated consistently. Over time, the nervous system begins treating these states as familiar rather than distant. And what feels familiar becomes easier to receive. This is why fear manifests so easily for many people. They rehearse disaster internally every day until anxiety becomes emotionally normal.
But the sacred practitioner consciously cultivates inner images of harmony, abundance, and peace until those conditions become natural within the deeper self. You are training perception. There is another hidden mystery within sacred imagery. The subconscious does not sharply distinguish between vividly imagined experience and physical memory. Emotional visualization therefore creates genuine energetic impressions within the body and mind. New pathways form. Old limitations weaken. Possibility expands. The ancient initiates understood this intuitively. Some practiced visualizing future abundance beside rivers before dawn. Others imagined themselves walking through completed temples long before construction began. Some carried mental images of healing for years before visible recovery appeared. They were planting invisible architecture. You are doing the same now. Yet there is an important distinction. Sacred visualization is not frantic escapism. It is not obsessive daydreaming disconnected from grounded life. The purpose is not to flee reality, but to align inwardly with the deeper patterns you wish to nourish. A gardener imagines the mature tree while still caring patiently for the seed. Balance vision with presence. As this practice deepens, you may notice subtle changes in your outer behavior. You begin making decisions differently. Your posture shifts. Your relationship with time softens. Opportunities once ignored suddenly appear meaningful. This happens because inner imagery influences outward perception continuously. You notice what resonates with your dominant inner atmosphere. A fearful consciousness detects danger everywhere. An abundant consciousness detects pathways. This is why protecting your imagination matters profoundly. Do not feed the mind endlessly with images of despair, conflict, greed, and limitation. The subconscious absorbs repeated impressions like fertile soil absorbing rain. What enters repeatedly eventually shapes emotional climate. Guard your inner garden carefully. Choose beauty when possible. Seek stillness. Read words that elevate the spirit. Surround yourself occasionally with symbols of timelessness, candlelight, nature, sacred music, silence itself. These nourish imagination differently than noise does. There will be moments when doubt interrupts your visualizations. The mind may whisper, "This is unrealistic." Do not argue violently with doubt. Simply return calmly to the image. The river does not fight stone aggressively. It reshapes it through patient persistence. So too must your sacred imagery continue quietly despite temporary resistance. Over time, the old inner pictures weaken through lack of attention. New emotional landscapes emerge. Peace begins feeling possible. Prosperity begins feeling safe. Joy no longer seems distant or undeserved. This inward permission changes the field surrounding your life. For abundance struggles to enter where it remains emotionally unwelcome. Tonight, before sleep, perform another small exercise. Imagine a golden lantern glowing softly within your chest.
This lantern projects light onto the unseen pathways of your future, illuminating possibilities still hidden beyond present circumstances. See the light expanding gently with each breath, not forcing, revealing. Then whisper softly, "I nourish only the visions that serve my sacred becoming." Allow the image to remain with you as sleep approaches. For the subconscious mind continues tending inner gardens even through the night. And every sacred image cultivated faithfully in silence becomes another hidden root through which abundance eventually blossoms into visible form. Like flowers emerging quietly from soil, already nourished long before the world notices their bloom.
Words are not empty. The ancients understood this with profound seriousness. In forgotten temples and hidden schools of wisdom, initiates were taught that speech carries creative force. Words shape atmosphere. They alter emotion, direct attention, and impress subtle commands upon the subconscious mind. Spoken repeatedly, they become invisible architecture within consciousness itself. Most people speak carelessly. They rehearse limitation without noticing. They repeat fear as habit. They describe themselves through wounds long after healing has become possible. And slowly, the soul begins believing the language it hears most often. The sacred practitioner therefore becomes deeply intentional with speech. Not artificial, not rigid, consecrated. For abundance grows poorly in the soil of continual self-denial. There is an old story carried through wandering oral traditions concerning a glassmaker who lived in a quiet desert village. Though his work was extraordinary, every piece he created shattered unexpectedly before completion. Frustrated and exhausted, he sought guidance from an elderly mystic living beyond the dunes. The mystic observed him silently for several days. At last, he said, "You curse the glass before the fire has finished shaping."
The glassmaker became confused. Then he realized something startling. While working, he constantly whispered, "This will fail. This is difficult. Nothing ever lasts." His own words had become invisible fractures moving through the work of his hands. Years later, the village became famous for his creations. When asked what changed, he answered quietly, "I stopped speaking destruction into becoming." So it is with your life. Speech either nourishes or weakens the unseen field surrounding your prosperity. Tonight, you will begin the ritual of sacred speech. Sit quietly within your sanctuary. Light a candle if possible, and spend several moments breathing slowly until your mind becomes
calm. Now, bring awareness to the phrases you speak most often about your life, money, future, and self. Observe without judgment. Notice how frequently fear disguises itself as ordinary language. I will never have enough. Things always go wrong. I am exhausted. Life is difficult. Nothing changes. Repeated often enough, these phrases become energetic agreements. The subconscious listens constantly. Now, imagine each harmful phrase as dark threads wrapped around your spirit. See them loosening gently with every breath until they dissolve completely into silence. Then place one hand over your throat and whisper slowly, "My words now serve sacred abundance." Repeat this several times. Feel the atmosphere changing within you. The purpose is not forced positivity. False words carry little power because the deeper mind senses dishonesty.
Instead, you are learning conscious language aligned with becoming. There is a profound difference between denial and sacred speech. Denial ignores reality. Sacred speech reshapes relationship to reality. For example, instead of saying, "I am trapped in lack," you may say, "I am learning new harmony with abundance." Instead of, "Nothing ever works," you may say, "Unseen pathways are forming even now." These subtle shifts matter deeply. Words repeated consistently become emotional environments within the nervous system. They influence perception, behavior, expectation, and energetic resonance. The body responds physiologically to language, tightening under fearful speech and softening beneath words of trust and coherence. Speech therefore becomes ritual.
Ancient mystics often practiced periods of silence before speaking intentions aloud because they understood that words emerging from stillness possess unusual force. Silence gathers energy. Speech directs it. You must learn this sacred balance. Speak less carelessly. Pause before complaining automatically. Notice how often conversation revolves around fear, resentment, scarcity, and exhaustion. The world leaks tremendous energy through unconscious speech. Do not judge others for this. Simply become aware. As your practice deepens, you may feel less desire to participate in conversations devoted entirely to negativity. Certain forms of speech will begin feeling heavy within your body. This is not superiority. It is refinement. The clearer the water becomes, the more sensitive it becomes to impurity. Protect this refinement, gently. There is another hidden mystery concerning sacred words. The most powerful affirmations are often whispered inwardly rather than proclaimed loudly.
Modern minds often mistake volume for strength, but the ancient practitioners understood that quiet words, spoken repeatedly with sincerity, penetrate deeper than dramatic declarations charged with desperation. A seed grows silently beneath the earth. The moon moves oceans without shouting. So too do sacred words work quietly within consciousness. Choose a few phrases that genuinely calm and strengthen your spirit. Not many, a few. Return to them daily. Let them become inner companions, walking beside you through ordinary life. Perhaps, "I am inwardly supported. Sacred abundance flows peacefully toward me. I trust the unseen timing of my becoming. My life is opening quietly into harmony." Speak them during still moments, while walking, before sleep, during uncertainty. Not mechanically, reverently. There will be days when fear speaks louder than faith. On such days, do not punish yourself. Observe the fearful voice compassionately, then return again to sacred language. Transformation occurs through repetition, not perfection. Even ancient monks lost focus and began again countless times. The path is gentle return. You will also begin noticing how words affect physical spaces. Homes shaped continually by criticism and tension feel heavy. Rooms blessed with gratitude and calm speech feel different immediately. Your voice influences atmosphere. This is why ancient households often blessed meals aloud, whispered prayers before sleep, or spoke sacred phrases at dawn. They were consciously shaping the energetic climate surrounding daily life. You may begin doing the same. Before meals, whisper gratitude softly. Before leaving home, speak peace into the day ahead. Before sleep, bless your spirit gently, rather than rehearsing anxiety. These small acts alter consciousness over time.
Tonight before resting, stand before a mirror in silence. Look into your own eyes calmly. Then speak these words slowly. I no longer speak against my own becoming. Pause. Feel the truth of this entering your body. Then continue. I bless my path with patience, peace, and silent abundance. Remain there quietly afterward. Notice the stillness surrounding the words. For speech offered consciously becomes more than sound. It becomes vibration, direction, invitation. And every sacred word repeated faithfully within silence becomes another invisible thread weaving prosperity gently into the fabric of your life. Like ancient prayers carried softly through candlelit temples, shaping unseen worlds long before visible reality begins to change.
Many souls seek abundance while remaining inwardly exhausted. They move through life carrying invisible tension within the body, the mind, and the spirit itself. Even during moments of stillness, their nervous systems continue bracing against imagined dangers. They have forgotten how to rest deeply, forgotten how to soften, forgotten how to trust existence enough to release vigilance for a while. Yet the ancients understood a hidden truth. Exhaustion clouds manifestation.
A weary spirit struggles to hear intuition clearly. A fatigued mind grasps desperately, reacts impulsively, and mistakes fear for wisdom. The body, when trapped too long in survival tension, closes itself energetically against receptivity. Abundance cannot flow easily into a vessel that never becomes still enough to receive. This is why sacred rest was considered holy in many forgotten traditions. Not laziness, not escape, restoration. There is an old story preserved among wandering healers concerning a woman who tended medicinal herbs beside a mountain village. Her remedies were known throughout distant lands for their unusual potency, and many traveled great distances seeking her wisdom. One season, however, her herbs began weakening. No matter how carefully she prepared them, the medicine lost its strength. At last, an elderly traveler arrived and observed her quietly. "You gather herbs without resting your spirit," he told her softly. The woman resisted his words at first. There was too much work to do, too many people needing help, too many responsibilities pressing upon her. But eventually exhaustion overcame her completely, and she withdrew alone into the mountains for several days. She slept deeply beside cedar trees. She listened to rivers instead of human voices. She allowed silence to wash through her nervous system like cool water over heated stone. When she returned, the medicine regained its power. Years later, she finally understood. The healer herself had become the missing ingredient. So it is with you. Your inner condition influences everything you create, attract, and sustain. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of sacred restoration. Prepare your sleeping space carefully this evening. Dim harsh lights. Remove unnecessary noise. Allow the room to become peaceful before rest arrives. If possible, place a small bowl of water or a candle nearby, a symbol of cleansing and calmness.
Then sit quietly upon your bed or floor. Place both hands over your lower stomach and breathe slowly. With each exhale, imagine releasing invisible burdens from the body. Urgency, pressure, fear of the future, the need to control every outcome. See these energies dissolving gently into darkness. Now, imagine your body surrounded by soft golden light, like warm dawn spreading across still water. This light does not demand anything from you. It simply restores. Whisper inwardly, "I allow myself to rest within sacred support." Repeat this several times. Feel the nervous system beginning to soften.
Most people treat rest as interruption rather than spiritual practice.
They collapse into sleep carrying unresolved fear, mental noise, emotional overstimulation, and endless unfinished thoughts. Their bodies lie still, while their spirits continue racing through invisible storms. But sacred rest requires preparation. The ancient mystics often entered sleep ceremonially. They believed the boundary between waking and dreaming was spiritually significant, a threshold where the subconscious becomes highly receptive to impression. The final emotions and thoughts carried into sleep therefore shape the deeper mind profoundly. You must learn to protect this threshold. Do not fall asleep while drowning in fear-filled noise whenever possible. Avoid ending each night in agitation, endless stimulation, or anxious mental repetition. Instead, create gentle transitions into rest. Light candles. Breathe slowly. Speak gratitude softly. Allow silence to gather around you. These small rituals teach the body that it is safe to release vigilance, and safety restores receptivity.
There is another hidden mystery concerning sacred rest. Deep restoration multiplies intuition. Many answers arrive not through forceful thinking, but through softened awareness. Solutions emerge during walks, dreams, baths, dawn silence, or moments when the mind stops straining aggressively toward control. The quiet nervous system becomes more perceptive. You may already have experienced this unknowingly. Perhaps clarity arrived after sleep regarding a problem that once felt impossible. Perhaps unexpected inspiration emerged during peaceful stillness rather than intense effort. This is no accident. The deeper intelligence guiding your life speaks more clearly when exhaustion no longer drowns its voice. Rest, therefore, becomes spiritual alignment.
Nature herself reveals this rhythm constantly. The earth enters winter. The moon wanes before fullness returns. Fields lie fallow before producing new harvests. Everything sacred moves through cycles of restoration. Only the fearful mind believes endless strain creates abundance. But the river flows because it follows natural rhythm, not because it punishes itself continuously. You must learn this wisdom deeply. There will be moments when you feel guilty for resting. The world often glorifies exhaustion as proof of worthiness. Yet a burnt spirit cannot hold sacred abundance gracefully. Overworked minds lose sensitivity. Tired hearts become reactive. The practitioner of silent abundance honors
Restoration as part of the path itself, not separate from prosperity, essential to it. As this practice deepens, begin creating small sanctuaries of rest throughout ordinary life. Pause occasionally between tasks, rather than rushing endlessly. Sit quietly beside windows. Listen to rain without reaching immediately for distraction. Allow your body moments of stillness without guilt. These pauses recalibrate consciousness. The nervous system learns that life is not constant emergency. This shift alone transforms manifestation profoundly. A calm spirit perceives possibilities invisible to panic. A rested body receives opportunities differently than an exhausted one. Patience deepens. Timing improves. Reactions soften. And abundance begins flowing through pathways no longer blocked by chronic inner tension. Tonight, before sleep, imagine yourself lying beside a tranquil lake beneath stars. The water reflects the heavens perfectly because nothing disturbs its surface. Now imagine your mind becoming like this lake, still, open, reflective.
One by one, allow anxious thoughts to drift away.
Away like leaves carried gently across the water, until only silence remains. Then whisper softly, "While I rest, unseen harmony continues unfolding. Trust this completely. For life itself continues breathing through the night without your control. Your heart beats, cells restore themselves, dawn prepares itself quietly beyond the horizon. The unseen continues working even in stillness. And the soul that learns how to rest sacredly enters deeper partnership with the hidden intelligence carrying all true abundance into form."
There are moments when life withholds visible movement, not as punishment, but as preparation. The impatient soul struggles greatly with this mystery. It measures worth through immediate results and interprets delay as failure. Yet the ancient mystics understood that sacred timing governs all true manifestation. Certain doors open only when the spirit has ripened enough to walk through them wisely. Fruit gathered too early lacks sweetness. Rivers forced beyond their banks create destruction. Even the stars move according to precise, unseen rhythm. So too does abundance arrive through timing deeper than ordinary desire. Most suffering comes not only from wanting, but from demanding that life obey the schedule of fear. There is an old story whispered among hidden desert orders concerning a young seeker who begged an elder mystic to teach him the secret of prosperity. The elder listened quietly, then handed him a sealed pouch of rare seeds. "Plant these," the elder instructed, "and return after the first harvest." The young seeker planted them carefully, but after only several days, impatience overtook him. He dug into the soil repeatedly searching for signs of growth. Each time he found nothing, panic increased. Weeks passed. Still no visible sprout appeared. Certain the seeds were dead, he abandoned the garden entirely. Months later, another traveler passed the forgotten field and discovered magnificent flowering trees growing there naturally, despite neglect. Their roots had continued forming beneath the surface all along. When the elder mystic heard this, he said softly, "The trees were faithful to timing, even when the seeker was not." This is the lesson. The unseen does not cease working merely because the eye cannot yet perceive movement. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of surrendered timing. Sit quietly within your sanctuary. Before you, place a single untouched seed, stone, or small object symbolizing hidden potential. Hold it gently in your palm. Observe how still it appears outwardly. Yet within a seed lives invisible intelligence already programmed toward becoming. The future tree exists silently within what seems dormant. Now close your eyes. Imagine yourself standing within a vast ancient clock, unlike any human design. Instead of numbers, its face is marked by moons, tides, seasons, stars, and flowering branches. This clock represents divine timing, the deeper rhythm through which existence unfolds. Notice that nothing within this great mechanism rushes. Winter does not panic while awaiting spring. The moon does not compete with the dawn. The ocean does not force the tide. Everything moves according to sacred order. Now imagine placing your desires gently into the center of this great cosmic rhythm. Feel yourself releasing frantic control over exact timing, not surrendering the vision itself, surrendering struggle. Whisper inwardly, "I trust the sacred timing of my becoming." Repeat this slowly. Feel the nervous system softening around uncertainty.
Most people unknowingly delay manifestations through constant energetic interference. Fear causes them to obsess, force, panic, compare, and doubt repeatedly. Their minds keep uprooting the seed before roots stabilize. They demand proof before invisible preparation completes itself. But the practitioner of silent abundance learns steadiness. They continue tending the inner garden even during seasons when little appears outwardly changed outwardly. This steadiness generates unusual power. There is another hidden mystery within divine timing.
Sometimes apparent delay protects you. A door unopened may preserve you from misalignment. An opportunity postponed may allow deeper preparation. A relationship absent may prevent future suffering, unseen by the conscious mind. The soul sees only fragments. Life sees the wider pattern. This understanding cultivates humility before mystery. You begin recognizing that not every unanswered desire represents denial. Sometimes the unseen is rearranging circumstances more skillfully than your present perspective could imagine. Ancient Taoist sages often spoke of the wisdom of the crooked path. They understood that life sometimes guides people indirectly toward their true alignment. What first appears like detour later reveals itself as protection or refinement. Trust this possibility gently. There will be periods on this journey when you feel suspended between worlds, no longer fully attached to old patterns, yet not fully seeing the new reality manifested either. These threshold seasons can feel deeply uncomfortable. Remain patient there. The caterpillar dissolves almost completely before becoming butterfly. Transformation itself often requires temporary uncertainty. The old identity loosens before the new form stabilizes. You are allowed to exist within becoming. As this practice deepens, begin observing nature more closely whenever possible. Watch how effortlessly seasons obey timing without emotional resistance. Trees do not compare their blooming to neighboring trees. Rivers do not apologize for moving slowly through valleys. Nature trusts rhythm. You too must learn this trust. This does not mean abandoning action or becoming passive. Sacred timing still requires participation. The gardener waters the soil. The musician practices daily. The seeker continues rituals faithfully. Yet their actions arise from devotion rather than desperation. They cooperate with timing instead of fighting it. There is profound peace hidden within this understanding. Much anxiety dissolves when you stop believing every unanswered moment signifies failure. The nervous system relaxes, receptivity increases, inner clarity returns. And paradoxically, manifestations often accelerate once fear-driven urgency releases its grip. For abundance enters more naturally where there is spaciousness. Tonight before sleep, perform one final exercise. Place your hands gently over your heart and imagine a great moon above dark waters. Though clouds may occasionally hide it, the moon continues moving faithfully through the heavens, regardless of temporary visibility. Now imagine your desires moving similarly through unseen cycles, already in motion beyond your present awareness. Feel trust replacing urgency. Then whisper softly, "What is aligned for me cannot miss me." Allow these words to settle deeply within your body, not as arrogance, as surrender into harmony. For all sacred abundance unfolds through timing wiser than fear can comprehend. And the soul that learns how to wait without despair enters profound partnership with the hidden rhythms, guiding rivers, stars, tides,
harvests, and every quiet miracle ever born beneath the veil of the unseen.
The sacred is not found only in rare moments of revelation. It lives quietly within repetition, within ordinary gestures performed consciously, within the way you rise each morning, prepare your meals, touch your belongings, and move through silence when no one is watching. The ancient mystics understood that true transformation does not occur through occasional inspiration alone. It emerges through daily ritual, small, consistent acts that gradually reshape consciousness until the entire life becomes ceremonial. Most people live mechanically. They rush through mornings, half awake. They eat without reverence. They move from task to task, carrying invisible tension, while remaining disconnected from the present moment in time.
Entirely. Days blur together without sacred awareness, and the spirit slowly weakens beneath unconscious routine. But the practitioner of silent abundance transforms ordinary life into hidden temple practice. Every gesture becomes intentional. There is an old story preserved among wandering ascetics concerning a humble potter who lived beside a river at the edge of a forgotten village. Though he owned little, travelers often felt unusual peace upon entering his small workshop. One visitor finally asked him why the space felt so different from other homes. The potter smiled quietly and replied, "Nothing here is done carelessly." The visitor began observing more closely. Before touching clay, the potter washed his hands slowly in silence. Before beginning
work each morning, he opened the windows to invite fresh air into the room. He lit a single candle before sunrise and whispered gratitude over every finished bowl before placing it upon the shelf. Years later, the visitor understood. The workshop had become sacred not through wealth or decoration, but through conscious ritual, repeated faithfully over time. So too can your life become a hidden temple. Tonight, you will begin the ritual of consecrated routine. Choose one ordinary daily action you normally perform unconsciously. Perhaps drinking tea, opening a door, washing your face, preparing food, lighting a candle before sleep. Tomorrow, perform this single action slowly and with full presence. No rushing, no distraction. As you do it, imagine yourself infusing the act with sacred awareness. Feel gratitude flowing through the movement. Allow calmness to surround the moment completely. Then, whisper inwardly, "Even this becomes part of my abundance." This simple practice
Carries deeper power than it first appears. Conscious ritual stabilizes the nervous system. It gathers scattered attention. It teaches the subconscious that life is not merely survival or endless reaction. The ordinary becomes infused with meaning, and meaning strengthens the soul. The ancient initiates understood this profoundly. They often designed entire days around ceremonial rhythm, dawn silence, intentional meals, evening reflection, sacred pauses between tasks. These rituals were not superstition. They were technologies of consciousness designed to preserve inward coherence amidst the noise of the world. You must begin creating similar anchors within your own life. Not rigidly, reverently. Morning is especially important. The first moments after waking imprint emotional atmosphere upon the day ahead.
Most people immediately flood consciousness with noise, fear, stimulation, and urgency before the spirit has fully emerged from sleep. Do differently now. Before touching the outer world each morning, sit quietly for several breaths. Place your feet gently upon the floor. Acknowledge the gift of another day entering your life. Then ask yourself softly, what energy shall I carry today?
This question alone changes awareness. You stop moving unconsciously and begin living deliberately. There is another hidden mystery within daily ritual. Consistency creates energetic identity. A single act performed once may inspire briefly, but repeated sacred actions train the subconscious to accept abundance, peace, and self-worth as normal conditions rather than temporary experiences. The body learns through repetition. If you rush constantly, the nervous system learns urgency. If you practice calmness daily, the nervous system learns trust. If you treat ordinary moments with reverence, the subconscious begins associating life itself with richness rather than lack. This is subtle alchemy. A cup of tea prepared consciously can nourish abundance more deeply than frantic affirmations repeated without presence. Because the state beneath the action matters most. As your rituals deepen, you may notice that time itself begins feeling different. Days no longer pass in fragmented haste. Moments become fuller. Awareness sharpens. Beauty hidden within ordinary life reveals itself more easily. You begin sensing abundance already present, rather than endlessly postponed into the future. This shift changes manifestation profoundly. The soul that experiences richness now becomes magnetically aligned with further richness later. There is wisdom also in caring for physical spaces ritualistically. Make your bed slowly rather than carelessly. Open windows to invite fresh air into stagnant rooms. Remove unnecessary disorder. Light candles occasionally, not for decoration alone, but as symbols of inward clarity. Spaces absorb consciousness. A neglected environment often mirrors neglected inner life, but spaces tended with care gradually influence the emotional atmosphere of those living within them. Your home becomes extension of your spirit. Treat it gently. You need not possess luxury to create sacredness. The ancient mystics often lived simply. Yet even humble spaces became sanctuaries through intentionality.
Through intentionality, cleanliness, beauty, silence, and presence. Abundance begins first as atmosphere. There will be days when you forget your rituals or move mechanically again. Do not punish yourself. Return gently. Sacred practice deepens through compassionate repetition, not perfection. Every sunrise offers renewal. Over time, these small daily ceremonies begin altering your entire relationship with existence. You stop experiencing life as random chaos. Instead, you begin sensing hidden order woven quietly through ordinary moments. Washing dishes becomes grounding. Walking becomes meditation. Preparing food becomes gratitude. Rest becomes communion. Nothing remains insignificant. This understanding protects the soul from emptiness. The modern world often seeks meaning only through achievement, possession, or dramatic events. But the mystics discovered another truth. The divine hides within ordinary repetition.
And abundance grows most steadily within lives shaped by conscious rhythm. Tonight, before sleep, choose 3 small rituals you will begin carrying into your days from this moment forward. Keep them simple enough to sustain faithfully. Perhaps 3 conscious breaths before meals, lighting a candle at dusk, speaking gratitude each morning,
walking slowly beneath the sky each evening. Write them down carefully. Then place your hands over the page and whisper softly, "I consecrate my daily life to silent abundance." Feel the truth of these words entering your spirit. For every repeated act performed with awareness becomes another stone within the hidden temple of your becoming. And one day, you will realize that prosperity did not arrive merely as external wealth, but as sacred presence woven quietly into the smallest moments of your life, transforming the ordinary itself into a living ceremony of abundance.
The outer world reflects more than circumstance. It reflects consciousness. Not perfectly, not instantly, yet with mysterious consistency, life echoes the hidden atmosphere carried within the soul. Thoughts repeated in secrecy, emotions sustained over time, identities silently accepted. These become invisible instructions, shaping perception, behavior, timing, and energetic resonance. The ancients described this as the mirror law. As within, so without. Most people spend their lives attempting to alter reflections while ignoring the mirror itself. They fight endlessly with appearances, unaware that the visible world often responds to deeper, unseen patterns already living within consciousness. The sacred practitioner therefore begins inwardly, not because the outer world lacks importance, but because roots determine fruit. There is an old account from a forgotten mountain monastery concerning a prince who traveled seeking wisdom after losing his kingdom through betrayal and war. Bitter and distrustful, he wandered from teacher to teacher, asking how to reclaim prosperity and power. At last, he arrived before an elderly hermit living beside a perfectly still lake. The prince demanded answers. Instead, the hermit silently pointed toward the water. The prince looked down and saw his own reflection trembling violently across the lake's surface. Angry, he struck the water repeatedly, trying to steady the image. But the more forcefully he attacked the reflection, the more distorted it became. Only after exhaustion overcame him did he finally become still.
Gradually, the water calmed, and within the stillness, the reflection clarified naturally. The hermit then spoke. You cannot heal the mirror through violence against the image. Years later, the prince understood. So too must you. If fear dominates inwardly, the world often appears threatening. If scarcity governs consciousness, opportunities become invisible beneath anxiety. If self-worth remains wounded, abundance may arrive, yet still feel unsafe to receive. The outer responds to the inner more deeply than most realize. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of the sacred mirror. Sit quietly before an actual mirror if possible. Dim harsh lights. Allow the room to become calm and intimate. Light a candle nearby if you wish. Then gaze softly into your own eyes. Do not rush away from the experience. Most people rarely look at themselves with true presence.
They glance only superficially, carrying unconscious judgment or avoidance. But tonight, you will observe yourself differently. Look beyond appearance. Observe the emotional atmosphere living behind your eyes. Notice any exhaustion, fear, longing, tension, or guardedness without criticism. Simply witness what has been carried silently within you. Now, place one hand gently over your heart. Ask inwardly, what hidden beliefs am I projecting into my world? Wait quietly.
Perhaps you will sense old fears regarding worthiness. They glance only superficially, carrying unconscious judgment or avoidance. But tonight, you will observe yourself differently. Look beyond appearance. Observe the emotional atmosphere living behind your eyes. Notice any exhaustion, fear, longing, tension, or guardedness, without criticism. Simply witness what has been carried silently within you. Now place one hand gently over your heart. Ask inwardly, what hidden beliefs am I projecting into my world? Wait quietly. Perhaps you will sense old fears regarding worthiness. Perhaps inherited beliefs about struggle. Perhaps grief. Perhaps shame surrounding prosperity itself. Allow whatever arises to surface gently. Then imagine the mirror before you becoming luminous with golden light. See the fearful reflections dissolving gradually until a calmer presence begins emerging, the self aligned with silent abundance. Observe this version of yourself carefully. Their eyes hold peace. Their nervous system carries steadiness. They trust life more deeply. They no longer define themselves through old wounds or limitation. Whisper softly, I now transform the mirror within. Remain there quietly. This practice requires courage, for true manifestation is not merely acquisition, it is revelation. The outer world often exposes hidden inner conditions so they may finally be healed consciously. This is why some people receive wealth yet remain inwardly impoverished. The mirror has changed outwardly, but not inwardly. Fear persists beneath possession. Anxiety survives beneath achievement. But sacred abundance transforms both. There is another hidden mystery within the mirror law. Life amplifies dominant emotional states.
A spirit rooted continuously in resentment begins encountering more situations confirming resentment. A consciousness devoted to gratitude begins noticing more beauty and support. The outer world becomes selective according to inward focus. This does not mean every hardship is personally created. The world contains complexity, collective forces, and mystery beyond simplistic explanation. Yet your inner atmosphere profoundly shapes how reality unfolds around and through you. You are always participating energetically. This understanding restores sacred responsibility. Instead of blaming endlessly or waiting helplessly for external rescue, you begin cultivating the inner conditions you wish reflected outwardly. Peace first within, then peace reflected. Abundance first within, then abundance reflected. The mirror responds gradually but faithfully. As this practice deepens, become more aware of emotional reactions throughout your day. When fear arises, ask, what inner belief is this reflecting? When conflict repeats, ask, what unresolved atmosphere continues echoing here? Not with self-punishment, with curiosity. The sacred practitioner understands that every repeated outer pattern may contain hidden inward instruction. This awareness changes relationships profoundly. You stop seeking validation desperately from the world because you begin strengthening validation within yourself first. You stop measuring worth entirely through external approval. You realize that the outer world can only mirror the identity you consistently carry inwardly. And identity can be transformed, slowly, patiently, ritualistically.
The ancient alchemists described this as polishing the inner mirror through silence, self-observation, prayer, discipline, and sacred practice.
With practice, the soul gradually becomes clearer, less distorted by fear and illusion. Then, reality itself begins appearing differently. Not because the world changed overnight, but because perception itself transformed. This is one of the deepest secrets of manifestation. The anxious mind sees barriers everywhere. The peaceful mind sees pathways. The wounded identity expects rejection. The abundant identity recognizes possibility. Life reflects accordingly. Tonight, before sleep, extinguish all unnecessary lights and stand before your mirror once more, in darkness or candlelight. Look into your own reflection. Then speak these words slowly. I release the old image of limitation. Pause. Take a deep breath. Then continue. I welcome the reflection of sacred abundance within and without. Feel these words settling into the deeper layers of consciousness, not as performance, as initiation. For every transformation in the outer world begins first with the courage to face the mirror within. And the soul willing to heal its inner reflection gradually discovers that reality itself begins responding like still water, calmly reflecting back the quiet abundance already awakening in silence at the center of its being. There is a kind of patience that is not passive waiting, but quiet endurance of the unseen. It is the patience that does not demand proof every hour. It is the patience that does not reopen the soil every day to check the seed. It is the patience that allows life to work without interruption. The ancient mystics called this invisible patience one of the highest disciplines of manifestation, because it protects intention from the most common destroyer of all sacred becoming: premature interference. Most people do not fail because their desires are false. They fail because they cannot remain still long enough for what is forming beneath the surface to complete its shaping. There is an old teaching preserved among wandering desert sages about a young initiate who planted a sacred fig tree in the courtyard of a monastery. The master told him, "Return when the tree gives shade." But the young initiate could not resist checking the soil each day. He measured growth too often. He compared it to imagined expectations. He questioned whether the seed was working at all. After many weeks of anxiety, he uprooted it entirely to confirm progress. There was nothing wrong with the seed, only with his interruption. Years later, the master said softly, "You did not lack a tree. You lacked patience with the unseen." So it is with abundance. The invisible world does not respond well to constant disturbance. It requires continuity, trust, and space to unfold according to rhythms beyond emotional urgency. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of invisible patience. Sit quietly in a place where you will not be disturbed. Close your eyes. Bring to mind one desire you have already placed into silence, something you no longer need to force, only allow. Now imagine that this desire has already been planted in a hidden garden beneath reality itself. You are not responsible for its construction. You are only responsible for not disrupting its growth. See this garden in your inner vision. Dark soil, quiet roots, unseen movement beneath still ground. Now imagine yourself standing above it. Each anxious thought appears like a hand trying to dig into the soil too early. Each doubt is another interruption. Each attempt to force timing is a disturbance of invisible order.
Observe this without judgment. Then gently step back. Feel yourself choosing restraint. Whisper inwardly, I allow what is forming to form without interruption. Remain in this awareness for several minutes. This is the essence of invisible patience, not forcing calm, but choosing not to interfere with what is already in motion beneath awareness. There is a deeper law here that most never recognize.
What is truly yours does not require constant pushing to arrive. Effort belongs to initiation. Stillness belongs to maturation. A river is carved by time, not urgency. A mountain is shaped by pressure held over ages, not sudden force. Even your own transformation requires phases that cannot be accelerated without distortion. Invisible patience protects alignment. When you stop interfering, you begin noticing something subtle. Life continues moving without your anxiety. Opportunities develop in ways you could not have predicted. Internal clarity emerges naturally after periods of silence. This is not coincidence. It is the intelligence of unfolding systems. The modern mind is conditioned to equate action with control. Yet in sacred practice, there is a distinction between aligned action and anxious interference. Aligned action arises calmly, intuitively, and at the right moment. Anxious interference arises from fear, urgency, and impatience. One strengthens the field of abundance. The other fragments it. You must learn to recognize the difference. There will be times when doing nothing outwardly is the most powerful action inwardly. Times when silence is more productive than struggle. Times when restraint preserves what force would destroy. Invisible patience is not laziness. It is refined discipline. It requires trust deeper than visible evidence. There is another hidden aspect of this teaching. The mind that constantly checks progress unconsciously broadcasts doubt, and doubt becomes energetic noise that interferes with subtle alignment. The subconscious, sensing instability, hesitates to fully commit to new identity or direction. But when you stop checking obsessively, something shifts. The nervous system relaxes, emotional turbulence decreases, inner coherence strengthens, and coherence is what allows manifestation to stabilize. So the practitioner learns to step back repeatedly, not from responsibility, but from interference. You are not abandoning your desires. You are allowing them to mature. As this practice deepens, you may notice your relationship with time itself changing. Days feel
less pressured. Waiting becomes less painful. Silence becomes less threatening. You begin sensing that unseen processes are always active, even when nothing appears to be happening externally. This awareness is sacred maturity. Nature operates in cycles of visible and invisible work. The seed does not show its labor underground, yet transformation is constant. The moon does not announce its movement, yet tides respond faithfully. Life is never idle, only sometimes hidden. Tonight, before sleep, return to your inner garden. See again the desire you planted there. Now, imagine placing a gentle protective boundary around it, not to control it, but to protect it from disturbance, like soft light surrounding growing roots. Then whisper slowly, I trust what grows in silence. Feel your body soften as you release urgency. Allow sleep to carry this trust deeper into subconscious layers, where transformation continues without interruption. For what is truly unfolding for you does not require your constant fear to survive. It requires your steady presence, your quiet trust, and your willingness to let the unseen complete its sacred work in its own time. and the soul that learns invisible patience becomes aligned with the deepest law of all creation. Nothing sacred is ever rushed, only revealed.
Attention is the most valuable substance you possess. More precious than effort. More powerful than desire. More formative than belief spoken without presence. The ancient mystics understood attention as living energy, a stream of consciousness that, when directed consistently, begins shaping both inner reality and outer experience. Wherever attention flows repeatedly, life begins to grow in that direction. This is why attention is called currency. Not metaphorically alone, but energetically. You spend attention. You invest it. You lose it. You reclaim it. And most people, without realizing it, spend it carelessly. They scatter it across fear, comparison, distraction, regret, and endless anticipation of what has not yet arrived. Their inner world becomes fragmented, and fragmentation cannot hold abundance steadily. The sacred practitioner learns a different discipline: to guard attention as one would guard flame in wind. There is an old teaching preserved among silent forest hermits concerning a young apprentice who wished to master inner prosperity. The master gave him a simple instruction: observe where your attention goes for one entire day without changing it. At first, the apprentice believed this would be easy. But as the day unfolded, he was shocked. His attention moved constantly without permission. It drifted to worry about the future. It clung to memories of past mistakes. It became absorbed in meaningless thoughts, judgments, comparisons, and imaginary conversations. By evening, he returned exhausted. I am scattered, he confessed. The master nodded. That is why your life feels scattered. This is the hidden truth. A scattered mind creates a scattered life. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of reclaimed attention.
Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Begin by noticing where your attention naturally goes without effort. Do not correct it yet. Simply observe. You may find it resting in thoughts of lack, in replayed conversations, in imagined futures filled with uncertainty, in emotional residue from past experiences. Watch this without judgment. Then gently bring your awareness back to your breath. Each time attention drifts, return it softly again. Not with force, with training. Whisper inwardly, I reclaim the sacred power of my attention. Repeat this slowly as you practice returning. This is not simply a meditation technique. It is energetic reorganization. Because attention is what feeds experience. When attention lingers on fear, fear strengthens. When attention lingers on gratitude, gratitude deepens. When attention is consistently placed on abundance, perception itself begins reorganizing around possibility. Most people unknowingly starve abundance by starving it of attention. They think they are seeking prosperity, yet their attention is consumed entirely by what is missing. This creates an internal contradiction. Desire points one direction, attention reinforces another. The subconscious follows attention more than intention. This is why alignment requires discipline. You must learn to notice where attention flows throughout the day. When money is discussed, does your attention contract or remain open? When uncertainty appears, does attention collapse into fear or remain centered?
When others succeed, does attention turn toward comparison or inspiration? These subtle movements shape destiny. There is another hidden dimension within attention. It creates emotional reality. Two people can experience the same event, but inhabit entirely different worlds because their attention filters are different. One sees limitation everywhere. The other sees possibility within the same conditions.
The external world is not changing first. The inner lens is. And attention is the lens. As this practice deepens, begin practicing returning throughout ordinary life, not only during meditation, but in movement, speech, and daily activity. When anxiety arises, return. When distraction appears, return. When fear builds narratives, return. Each return strengthens inner coherence, and coherence is magnetic to abundance. You may notice at first that returning feels frequent. That is natural. The mind has been trained for fragmentation over many years. But every return weakens unconscious patterns of scattering. Gradually, attention becomes steadier, more rooted, more present, more available. And presence is where abundance enters most easily. There is also wisdom in choosing intentionally where attention is placed throughout your day. Not everything deserves equal access to your consciousness. Some environments drain attention. Some conversations fragment it. Some digital spaces consume it without return. The practitioner learns gentle discernment, not avoidance through fear, but protection through awareness. Attention is sacred fuel. Spend it wisely. Tonight, before sleep, imagine your attention as a golden stream of light flowing from your chest. See it scattered in many directions across the day. Now, gently gather it back. Bring every strand of attention into a single luminous point within your heart. Feel it becoming calm, centered, unified. Then whisper softly, "My attention returns to sacred stillness." Remain in this feeling until sleep arrives naturally. For the life you experience is shaped not only by what you desire, but by what you consistently attend to. And the soul that learns to master attention quietly begins to notice something profound. Reality itself starts responding to its focus, like a garden responding to steady light, growing only in the direction where attention is lovingly placed. There is a hidden substance within every human being that determines the quality of what they attract, retain, and transform. It is not thought alone. It is not action alone. It is emotional frequency, the silent atmosphere carried beneath every experience. The ancient mystics considered emotion to be the true language of manifestation. Thoughts may speak in words, but emotion speaks in vibration. And vibration is what the unseen world responds to most directly. This is why two people can think the same intention, yet experience entirely different outcomes. One carries fear beneath desire. The other carries trust. One is internally fragmented. The other is coherent. The outer world mirrors the emotional substance beneath intention. Most people are unaware of the emotional noise they carry. They desire abundance while simultaneously holding anxiety about survival. They desire peace while internally rehearsing conflict. They seek love while sustaining subtle resentment. These contradictions weaken alignment, creating resistance in the field of becoming.
The sacred practitioner learns a deeper discipline: emotional purification. Not suppression, not denial, refinement. There is an old teaching preserved among quiet mountain mystics concerning a young initiate who sought wealth through spiritual practice. He meditated for many hours, repeated sacred phrases, and visualized abundance daily. Yet his life remained unchanged. Confused, he asked the elder master why nothing was shifting. The master observed him silently for a long time, then said, "You are speaking abundance with your mind, but your emotions are still shaped by fear." The initiate did not understand at first, so the master led him to a clear mountain lake at dawn. "Look into the water," he said. The initiate saw his reflection trembling in the surface. "Now, still your body," the master instructed. When he became still, the reflection also became clear. The master then spoke softly. "Your emotional state is the water. Life reflects its surface. This is the hidden truth. Emotions are the medium through which reality is reflected."
Tonight, you will enter the ritual of emotional cleansing. Sit quietly in a place of stillness. Close your eyes. Bring attention gently to your emotional body, the subtle sensations beneath thought. Do not judge what you find. You may notice tension, heaviness, anticipation, worry, or longing. Simply observe, as though you are a witness standing beside a flowing river. Now imagine each emotion as a color within water. Fear appears as dark clouded mist, anxiety as turbulent currents, gratitude as warm golden light, peace as clear stillness. Breathe slowly. With each exhale, imagine emotional turbulence gently
Dissolving into clarity, not by force, by awareness. Whisper inwardly, "I allow my emotional field to return to clarity." Repeat slowly. This practice is not about forcing positivity. It is about releasing distortion so that your natural state of clarity can re-emerge. For beneath emotional turbulence lies a deeper condition: stillness. The original state of consciousness is not chaos. It is spacious awareness. Emotional noise is often accumulated over time through experience, memory, conditioning, and repetition. But it can be softened. And when emotional noise softens, perception changes. You begin noticing life differently. Small things feel lighter. Decisions feel clearer. Inner intuition becomes more accessible. This is because emotional clarity reduces interference in perception. There is another hidden aspect of emotional purity. It determines energetic receptivity. A fearful emotional field repels abundance unconsciously because it interprets change as danger. A resentful emotional field blocks flow because it resists receiving. But a calm emotional field allows life to move through without distortion. Abundance does not struggle to enter a peaceful vessel. It flows naturally where resistance is minimal. You may begin noticing that emotional states shift throughout your day without your awareness. This is natural. The practice is not to remain permanently fixed in one emotion, but to return repeatedly to center when disturbance arises. Return is the discipline, not perfection. When emotional turbulence appears, pause, breathe, observe, release, then return to stillness. Over time, these returns accumulate, and accumulated clarity becomes your baseline state. There is wisdom in allowing emotions to move without identification. You are not your fear. You are not your anxiety. You are not your temporary emotional weather. You are the awareness that observes them. This distinction is liberating. The mystics often compared emotions to passing weather systems across the sky of consciousness,
Storms arise, winds shift, clouds form and dissolve, yet the sky itself remains untouched. So too within you. As this understanding deepens, you will notice something subtle. Emotional reactivity decreases. Situations that once triggered strong disturbance begin to lose intensity. You respond rather than react. You observe rather than collapse into turbulence. This stability becomes magnetic because life responds more easily to coherence than to chaos. There will be moments when old emotional patterns return strongly. This is not failure. It is exposure. The unconscious reveals itself so it may be released. In such moments, do not resist forcefully. Simply observe and breathe. Even the darkest emotional states soften when met with awareness rather than judgment. Tonight, before sleep, place one hand on your heart and one on your abdomen. Breathe slowly. Imagine your emotional field as a vast lake beneath night sky. At first, the surface may be disturbed, but gradually, stillness begins returning. Stars become visible in the reflection.
Then, whisper softly, "I return my emotions to sacred stillness." Remain there until sleep arrives gently. For emotional purity is not the absence of feeling. It is the removal of distortion so that life may reflect clearly through you once again. And the soul that cultivates this clarity begins to notice a profound shift. Abundance no longer feels distant or blocked. It feels natural, like light reflected in still water, finally free to reveal the sky above it.
There is a form of integrity that no one rewards and no one witnesses, yet it shapes the entire architecture of a life. It is what you do when nothing is watching, what you choose when no outcome is guaranteed, what you honor in silence when compromise would be easier. The ancient mystics considered unseen integrity to be a foundation of all true abundance, because the inner world always responds to the consistency of the unseen self. What is secretly accepted becomes outwardly expressed. Most people imagine integrity as something public, but the deeper teaching is private. The soul is built in darkness, not display. There is an old account preserved among hidden temple traditions concerning a stonemason who worked on a vast cathedral that would take generations to complete. His task was to carve intricate details inside sections of stone that would never be seen once the structure was finished. When asked why he worked with such precision on invisible surfaces, he replied, "God sees what the world will never touch." Years passed.
The mason died before the cathedral was completed, but when the structure was finally revealed, even the unseen inner carvings held such harmony that visitors felt an inexplicable peace simply being near it. The master builder later said, "Hidden integrity is what makes visible beauty stable." So it is with your life. What you do in secrecy becomes the foundation of what you experience openly. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of unseen integrity. Sit quietly alone. Close your eyes. Bring attention to your inner life, not your appearance, not your external actions, but the subtle decisions made when no one is watching. Observe gently, without judgment. Ask inwardly, where do I compromise my inner truth when I believe it does not matter? Let awareness surface naturally, perhaps in small habits, perhaps in thoughts you tolerate silently, perhaps in ways you abandon self-respect when no consequence is visible. Do not condemn yourself. Awareness itself is transformation beginning.
Now imagine your inner world becoming illuminated by a quiet golden light. In this light, every hidden action becomes visible, not to shame you, but to restore alignment. See yourself choosing differently. See yourself honoring your deeper values, even in the smallest unseen moments. Whisper inwardly, I choose integrity, even in silence. Repeat this slowly. Feel something stabilize within you. Unseen integrity is powerful because it removes fragmentation from consciousness. When inner behavior contradicts outer aspiration,
Energy leaks. But when hidden actions align with desired identity, the field becomes coherent. And coherence strengthens manifestation. There is another hidden truth within this principle. The universe responds more to consistency than intensity. Many people attempt transformation through bursts of inspiration, but return to old patterns in private moments. This creates internal contradiction. The mind declares one identity, while behavior sustains another. But silent abundance requires unity. What you affirm privately must match what you choose privately. Even when it is uncomfortable, even when no reward is immediate, even when no one would know. The sacred practitioner understands. Nothing is truly unseen. Life itself records
Every pattern. As this practice deepens, you may notice subtle discomfort arising when you act against your inner truth. This discomfort is not punishment. It is alignment calling you back into coherence. Listen to it. It is guidance, not judgment. Over time, integrity becomes less about effort and more about identity. You begin choosing alignment naturally because contradiction feels heavy within your system. The body itself begins preferring truth over fragmentation. This is spiritual maturation. There is also wisdom in extending unseen integrity to thoughts. Not every thought deserves participation. Not every impulse requires expression. Not every reaction must be acted upon. The practitioner learns discernment within the inner world itself. Thoughts can be observed without being obeyed. This creates immense freedom. You are no longer enslaved by every passing mental impulse. You become the witness who chooses which energies to strengthen through attention. This alone transforms destiny. For attention feeds structure, and structure becomes experience. There will be moments when you realize you have been living with subtle internal contradiction for years. Old patterns of compromise may surface into awareness. When this happens, do not collapse into guilt. Guilt weakens. Awareness restores. Simply choose differently from this moment forward. The path is always available again. Tonight before sleep, imagine standing before a vast unseen temple. This temple represents your inner life. Every hidden action is a stone within its structure. Now see yourself gently repairing sections that feel misaligned, not through force, but through quiet correction, adjusting, refining, restoring balance. Then whisper softly, my unseen life builds my visible destiny. Feel this truth settle into your being. For what is built in silence becomes what stands in the light. And the soul that lives in unseen integrity begins to notice
something profound. Life itself begins to respond with greater stability, clarity, and alignment, as though reality finally trusts the consistency of the one who no longer lives divided between appearance and truth.
there is a subtle way in which people unknowingly struggle against their own becoming, not through action alone, but through constant inner opposition, resisting what is present while demanding what is not yet here. This invisible tension becomes a quiet barrier between desire and manifestation. The ancient mystics called this resistance the hidden friction of the mind. It does not announce itself loudly. It does not appear as obvious failure. It appears as subtle unrest, impatience, emotional tightening, and the repeated sense that life is not yet enough. And yet, abundance cannot flow easily through a consciousness that is continuously resisting the present moment. There is an old teaching preserved among wandering river sages concerning a young traveler who wished to reach a distant sacred city said to contain great wealth and wisdom. He traveled for many days, but always complained about the river currents, the weather, the terrain, and the slow pace of his journey.
Each time something was not as he desired, he tightened inwardly against it. One evening, he met an old ferryman who silently observed him struggling to cross the water. Without saying much, the ferryman simply pushed the boat into the current and said, "The river does not slow for your resistance, but your resistance slows your passage." The traveler did not understand immediately, but as he stopped struggling against the motion of the water, he noticed something profound. The journey became easier, not because the river changed, but because he stopped fighting it. So it is with life. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of energetic non-resistance. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Bring awareness to your present experience, not what you wish were different, but what is here now. Notice sensations in the body. Notice emotions present beneath thought. Notice subtle tensions held without awareness. Do not try to fix anything. Do not try to change anything. Simply observe. This is the beginning of non-resistance, allowing reality to exist without immediate inner rejection. Now breathe slowly. With each exhale, imagine releasing the internal habit of pushing against life. Whisper inwardly, "I cease resisting the flow of my present moment." Repeat gently. Feel what softens within you. Resistance is often mistaken for problem solving, but they are not the same. True problem solving arises from clarity. Resistance arises from fear. One contracts awareness, the other expands it. When resistance is present,
Perception narrows. Options feel limited. Emotions intensify. Time feels pressured. But when resistance softens, awareness opens naturally, and new pathways become visible without force. This is why many manifestations appear to arrive suddenly, after periods of surrender. It is not sudden creation. It is the removal of internal obstruction that allows what was already forming to be seen and received. Life does not require your struggle to function. It requires your openness. There is another hidden dimension to this teaching. Resistance consumes energy. Every internal argument with reality drains subtle vitality. Every "this should not be happening" creates fragmentation. Every attempt to mentally fight the present moment reduces coherence. And coherence is essential for abundance. The practitioner of silent abundance therefore learns a refined skill: to meet life without constant opposition. This does not mean passive acceptance of all circumstances. It means removing unnecessary inner friction while still responding wisely outwardly. You are not surrendering your power. You are removing interference. As this practice deepens, you may notice that even small annoyances lose their grip on your inner state. Situations that once caused agitation begin to pass through you more lightly. Emotional reactions shorten in duration. Recovery becomes faster. This is energetic freedom. Not detachment from life, but release from compulsive resistance to it.
There will be moments when resistance returns strongly, especially when fear is triggered or outcomes feel uncertain. In those moments, do not judge yourself. Simply return again to awareness. Return to breath. Return to observation. Return to softness. The practice is always return, not perfection. Nature itself demonstrates non-resistance constantly. Water flows around obstacles instead of breaking itself against them. Wind moves through open space without forcing permanence. Even light spreads effortlessly without resistance to darkness.
You are learning to participate in this intelligence, not as forceful control, but as aligned flow. Tonight, before sleep, imagine yourself standing at the edge of a wide, flowing river beneath moonlight. You are no longer trying to control its movement. You simply stand beside it, then gently step into the water. Feel it supporting you completely as you stop resisting its motion. Let your body float. Let your thoughts soften. Let your need to control dissolve. Then whisper softly, "I allow life to move through me without resistance." Remain there in stillness. For the soul that releases inner opposition discovers something quietly profound. What was once experienced as struggle begins to feel like movement, and life itself begins to unfold with a natural ease. Not because circumstances always change immediately, but because the inner war against them has finally ended.
There is a silent truth most seekers overlook. It is not only important to ask for abundance, it is equally important to learn how to receive it. Many souls remain in a constant state of seeking, desiring, and praying, yet when life begins to offer small openings, they unknowingly close themselves through doubt, discomfort, or unworthiness. Receiving is its own sacred discipline. The ancient mystics taught that the vessel must be shaped correctly before it can hold what is given. A cracked vessel leaks. A tense vessel rejects. A closed vessel never fills at all. So the work is not only becoming worthy in theory, it is becoming receptive in state. There is an old teaching preserved among quiet coastal monasteries concerning a fisherman who prayed daily for greater abundance from the sea. He worked tirelessly, yet his results remained modest. One night, an elder monk observed him returning from the water empty-handed once again. The monk asked, "Do you only cast your nets outward?" The fisherman replied, "Of course, that is how one gathers fish." The monk smiled gently. "And when abundance approaches you, do you also cast inward nets to receive it?" The fisherman was confused. The monk continued, "You may be surrounded by gifts, but if your vessel is not open, nothing remains within you." The fisherman did not understand at first, but over time, he realized that even when opportunities appeared, he dismissed them subtly, through mistrust, impatience, or belief that he did not deserve more. So it is with many lives. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of sacred receptivity. Sit quietly.
Close your eyes. Bring awareness to your body as a vessel. Not as effort, not as action, but as space. Feel the openness within your chest, the openness within your breath, the openness within awareness itself. Now, imagine your inner being as a vast bowl made of still light. At first, notice where this bowl feels tense, contracted, or closed. Do not judge it. Simply observe. With each breath, imagine these areas softening. Whisper inwardly, "I allow myself to receive without resistance." Repeat slowly. Receiving requires a different inner posture
than striving. Striving tightens. Receiving softens. Striving reaches outward. Receiving opens inward. Most people are trained for striving, not receiving. They believe effort alone determines outcome. But abundance is not only accessed through doing, it is also accessed through allowing. There is a hidden mystery here. Life is always offering more than the mind is prepared to accept. Opportunities arrive. Support appears. Intuition whispers. Synchronicities emerge. Yet if the inner system is closed, these gifts pass unnoticed or unreceived. The practitioner learns to remain open, even in unfamiliar conditions of goodness. This can feel uncomfortable at first, because the nervous system may not yet recognize abundance as safe. It may associate receiving with risk, responsibility, or fear of loss. So it subtly rejects what it has been asking for. This is why inner work is essential. You are teaching your system how to hold more without collapse. There is another hidden dimension to receiving. Gratitude.
Gratitude expands capacity. When gratitude is present, the vessel becomes more spacious. When appreciation flows, resistance dissolves. When acknowledgement deepens, the nervous system stabilizes in openness. Even small things received consciously train the system. A moment of peace, a kind word, a simple opportunity, a breath of calm. Nothing is insignificant in this practice. Everything received consciously strengthens the architecture of receptivity. Now, imagine something approaching you gently in your inner vision. It may be symbolic: light, water, warmth, opportunity, or simple presence. Do not reach for it aggressively. Do not fear it. Simply allow it to enter your field. Notice any instinct to withdraw. Then soften again. Whisper, "I am safe to receive what supports my becoming." This is crucial. Safety and receiving are deeply connected. When the body feels unsafe, it contracts. When it feels safe, it opens. Much of abundance work is actually nervous system re-education, teaching the body that expansion is not threat. As this practice deepens, you may notice small shifts in daily life. Compliments may become easier to accept. Opportunities may feel less intimidating. Help from others may no longer be immediately rejected. These are signs of opening. Do not underestimate them. There is also wisdom in allowing yourself to receive even internal states, peace, clarity, inspiration, without immediately disrupting them with thought. Often, moments of inner stillness arise naturally, and the mind quickly rushes to analyze or interrupt them. Practice simply receiving these moments fully. Let them be held within you, without distortion, without interruption. There will be times when old patterns of unworthiness surface. When this happens, do not argue with them. Do not suppress them. Simply observe and return to openness. Receiving is not something you earn. It is something you allow. Tonight before sleep, imagine your inner vessel becoming luminous and vast. Now see a soft golden light pouring into it, not forcefully, but gently, like dawn entering a quiet room. Feel yourself not needing to grasp it, only hold it. Then whisper softly, "I welcome the flow of sacred abundance into my life." Remain in this stillness. As sleep approaches,
For the soul that learns to receive without contraction begins to notice something profound. Life has always been offering more than was ever withheld. But only now is the vessel finally becoming spacious enough to hold it.
There is a sacred interval that most people never learn to honor. It is the space between action and outcome, between intention and manifestation, between planting and harvest. In this interval, nothing appears to be happening, yet everything is being prepared. The ancient mystics called this the silent corridor of formation, because it is within this unseen passage that reality reorganizes itself according to deeper laws beyond perception. Most minds struggle in this space. They act, then immediately look for results. They pray, then immediately seek confirmation. They decide, then immediately doubt the unseen process. And in doing so, they interrupt the very unfolding they are trying to support. There is an old story preserved among wandering orchard monks concerning a young gardener who planted rare flowering trees across a barren hillside. After planting, he returned each day expecting visible transformation. But the soil remained still. No movement, no bloom, no sign. Discouraged, he began uprooting seeds to check progress. Each time he found only silence beneath the earth, he grew more anxious. An elder monk eventually observed him and said, "You are confusing invisibility with absence." The gardener replied, "But nothing is happening." The elder gently touched the soil. "Everything is happening where you cannot see." Years later, that same hillside became a vast blooming orchard. The gardener had long since stopped interfering. So it is with your life. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of sacred waiting within the silent corridor. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Bring to mind something you have recently planted in your life. An intention, a desire, a change, a prayer, a direction. Do not evaluate whether it is working. Simply acknowledge it as already set in motion. Now imagine that between your inner intention and its outer manifestation exists a vast, invisible space, like a deep ocean corridor filled with unseen movement. Within this space, countless subtle processes are unfolding beyond perception. Alignments are forming. Conditions are adjusting. Paths are quietly opening. Old structures are dissolving. Yet none of this is visible yet. And this is where most people lose faith. They assume silence means inactivity. But silence is often the most active state of all. Whisper inwardly, "I trust what unfolds beyond my perception." Repeat slowly. Feel your nervous system soften its demand for immediate proof. There is a deeper mystery here. The mind measures progress through visible change, but the unseen world measures progress through internal alignment first. What must shift within you often shifts long before anything shifts around you. Identity stabilizes. Emotional patterns adjust. Subtle opportunities begin aligning. Only then does outer reality reflect the completed internal work. This is why impatience creates distortion. It tries to pull outer results before inner preparation is complete. But the sacred process cannot be rushed without imbalance. Think of a seed beneath soil. If it were to sprout instantly, it would be fragile and incomplete. Its strength comes from time spent developing unseen roots. The delay is not denial, it is construction. So too within you.
There is another hidden dimension within this teaching. The silent corridor is where faith is trained. Not blind belief, but embodied trust in unseen processes. Anyone can trust when results are visible, but true spiritual maturity emerges when trust remains stable in the absence of evidence. This is the discipline of the unseen. As you sit in this practice, you may notice the mind attempting to close the gap by imagining outcomes or seeking reassurance. Gently let these impulses pass. Return to stillness. Return to breath. Return to trust. You are not required to solve the corridor, only to remain within it without interference. There will be moments in your life when nothing seems to be changing externally, despite inner effort. These are not wasted periods. They are consolidation phases, invisible structuring phases. If you honor them correctly, they become the foundation of later acceleration. If you interrupt them with doubt, they reset into confusion. There is wisdom in stillness that cannot be accessed through force. Now, imagine yourself walking through a long, quiet passage filled with soft light. On one side is your present self. On the other side is the future
That is already forming. Between them is this corridor. You are not rushing through it. You are walking calmly, with trust, with presence, with quiet certainty that something is forming, even though it has not yet arrived. Then whisper, I remain faithful within the unseen becoming. Allow that sentence to settle deeply. Feel it not as thought, but as orientation. As this practice deepens, you begin noticing something subtle in daily life. You become less reactive to delay, less anxious about timing, less dependent on immediate validation. A calm patience begins forming within you, not passive, but grounded. This is alignment with the silent corridor. Tonight, before sleep, imagine placing your intention gently into a vast, still space beyond your awareness. See it suspended there, like a seed in cosmic darkness. Then, do nothing to it. Do not pull it closer.
Do not push it forward. Simply leave it within silence and whisper softly. What is forming does not require my interference. Remain in this stillness as sleep arrives. For the soul that learns to honor the silence between cause and effect begins to understand a profound truth. Nothing sacred is delayed. It is only being completed in dimensions the eyes have not yet learned to see.
There is a deeper layer of manifestation that most seekers never reach. It is not what you do. It is not what you think. It is what you silently believe you are while no one is watching. This is identity, the unseen architecture beneath all action, desire, and repetition. The ancient mystics understood identity as the true root of destiny. They knew that circumstances do not permanently change a person. Instead, a person changes, and circumstances reorganize themselves around that new inner definition. Most struggle not because they lack knowledge, but because they carry an identity that quietly contradicts what they are asking for. A divided identity creates divided results. There is an old parable preserved among wandering initiates concerning a man who prayed daily for prosperity, but lived internally as someone who expected lack. Each time opportunity appeared, he hesitated. Each time support arrived, he doubted. Each time abundance approached, he unconsciously pushed it away through subtle unworthiness. One night, a silent mentor told him, "You are asking life to give you what you refuse to become." The man did not understand at first, but the words began echoing within him. So he began observing himself more carefully. Not his prayers, not his wishes, but the quiet assumptions beneath everything. How he reacted to receiving, how he spoke about himself, how he behaved when no reward was visible. And slowly he saw it. He did not truly see himself as a holder of abundance. He saw himself as someone trying to obtain it. That difference was everything. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of invisible identity shift. Sit quietly. Close your eyes.
Bring awareness, not to what you want, but to who you believe you are right now. Do not judge. Simply observe the silent self-definition operating beneath thought. You may notice phrases without words. I am behind. I must struggle. I am not there yet. I have to earn my worth. I am waiting for my turn. These are identity echoes. They shape perception more than conscious intention. Now, imagine stepping back from this identity, as though observing an old garment you are no longer required to wear. See it gently dissolving, not violently removed, simply no longer inhabited. Whisper inwardly, I release identities that no longer serve my becoming. Repeat slowly. Now imagine another version of you, not imaginary in a superficial sense, but as a potential state already existing within possibility. This version is not desperate, not fragmented, not chasing. This version is calm with abundance, even before external proof appears. It moves through life with quiet certainty. It receives without tension. It acts without urgency. It trusts without strain. Observe this version carefully. Notice how they think differently, how they breathe differently, how they relate to time differently. Now, for a few moments, simply try on this identity internally, not pretending, aligning. Feel its emotional tone. Whisper softly, I allow this identity to form within me. Identity does not shift through declaration alone. It shifts through repetition of aligned state. Each moment you inhabit a calmer, more abundant self-concept, you strengthen new inner architecture. And what is repeated becomes natural. There is a hidden truth here. You cannot permanently manifest beyond your self-concept. Life will always eventually reflect the identity that feels most familiar to your nervous system. This is why transformation must occur inwardly first. As this practice deepens, you may notice resistance arising. The old identity does not disappear quietly. It attempts to reassert itself through doubt, comparison, or emotional contraction. Do not fight it. Observe it. Then return to the new state gently. Identity is not replaced through force, but through consistency. The mystics often described identity as a vibration you keep returning to. Each return strengthens alignment. There is also wisdom in not rushing this process. Identity transformation is not a sudden leap. It is a gradual shedding. Like a river slowly changing course over time, it happens through consistent, subtle redirection. Tonight, before sleep, imagine standing before a vast mirror made of soft, luminous mist. On one side is the old self,
heavy with limitation, doubt, and fragmentation. On the other side is the emerging self, calm, stable, receptive, and quietly abundant. Now step through the mirror, not as fantasy, but as inner permission. Feel yourself entering a different internal state. Then whisper, I now inhabit the identity that matches my silent abundance. Let this settle deeply. Do not analyze it. Do not force belief. Simply allow the possibility of becoming. For the soul that changes identity at the root no longer needs to chase life externally. Life begins reorganizing itself around who they have become within.
There is a form of abundance that cannot remain still within the soul. It does not arise from excess. It does not depend on accumulation. It emerges from overflow, the natural movement of a heart that has begun to trust life enough to give without fear of depletion. The ancient mystics understood that true prosperity must circulate. What is held too tightly becomes stagnant. What is given freely becomes renewed. And what is shared in silence becomes multiplied in unseen ways. This is not the logic of commerce. It is the law of living energy. There is an old teaching preserved among hidden desert communities concerning a traveler who once came upon a small village suffering from drought. The villagers guarded their remaining water carefully, fearful that any act of generosity would leave them empty. At the edge of the village lived an old woman who kept only a single clay vessel of water. One evening, a stranger arrived, exhausted, pleading for even a small drink. The villagers refused. They said, "We have barely enough for ourselves." But the old woman quietly poured water into a cup and gave it away without hesitation. The villagers protested. "How can you give what is already so little?" She replied, "Water that is held in fear becomes dust. Water that is given remains water." That night, something strange happened. The clay vessel refilled from a hidden spring beneath the earth, and soon the entire village discovered a flowing source that had been blocked by years of fear and withholding. So it is with abundance. What is held in contraction cannot move. What is shared in trust begins to circulate through unseen channels. Tonight, you will enter the ritual of silent generosity. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Bring awareness to the subtle impulse of holding. Holding money, holding energy, holding control, holding identity, holding safety. Notice where contraction lives in the body. Do not judge it. Simply observe. Now imagine your inner being becoming spacious, like a wide open sky
that cannot lose anything because it already contains everything within awareness. Whisper inwardly, I release the fear of lack that prevents flow. Repeat slowly. Now, bring to mind something small you can offer in your life. Not necessarily material wealth, but energy, presence, kindness, attention, patience, or support. It may be a quiet act no one sees. It may be a moment of listening without judgment. It may be gratitude spoken silently. It may be patience offered where irritation once lived. It may be generosity of spirit in a moment of tension. See yourself giving it freely, not as sacrifice, but as flow. Now imagine that act creating a subtle ripple in unseen reality, not diminishing you, but expanding you. Whisper softly,
Through giving, I enter circulation with life. There is a hidden truth here that many misunderstand. Generosity is not loss, it is movement. When energy stops moving, it begins to decay. When it flows, it renews itself. This applies not only to material wealth, but to emotional and spiritual abundance as well. Love that is withheld becomes heavy. Attention that is restricted becomes rigid. Kindness that is denied becomes internal stagnation. But when energy flows outward freely, it returns transformed. The practitioner of silent abundance learns this paradox. The more they trust life, the less they cling. The less they cling, the more life moves through them. There is another dimension to this teaching.
Generosity dissolves the identity of scarcity. Every act of giving without fear gently reprograms the subconscious from "I must protect what I have" to "I am safe in flow." This reconditioning is subtle but powerful. It reshapes emotional orientation toward life itself. As this practice deepens, you may notice that giving begins to feel natural rather than forced. You no longer give to gain. You give because holding tightly feels unnatural to your evolving state. This is not obligation. It is alignment. There will still be wisdom in boundaries. Sacred abundance does not mean depletion or self-neglect. It means giving from fullness rather than fear, from presence rather than pressure. Give what flows naturally, not what is demanded through exhaustion. There is also a deeper mystery. What you give inwardly determines what you experience outwardly. Giving forgiveness internally releases heaviness externally. Giving gratitude reshapes perception. Giving presence transforms relationships. Giving trust alters timing. Everything circulates through consciousness first. Tonight, before sleep, imagine standing beside a vast, unseen river. In your hands, you hold something you have been tightly gripping. Fear, control, scarcity, or emotional weight. Now gently open your hands and allow it to return to the river. Watch it dissolve into movement. Then feel something unexpected. Space. Softness. Lightness. Now imagine that space filling naturally with something new, not forced, but flowing towards you without resistance. Then whisper, "I participate in the circulation of sacred abundance." Allow this feeling to settle. For the soul that learns quiet generosity begins to experience a profound shift. Life no longer feels like something to defend against loss, but something that continuously renews itself through the very act of flowing through you.
All journeys that begin in longing must eventually dissolve into remembrance. You were never truly moving toward abundance as something distant. You were learning to recognize what never left you. The ancient mystics taught that the final stage of awakening is not acquisition, but return, a quiet settling back into the original state where life is already whole, already sufficient, already flowing without effort. In this final chapter, nothing new is being added to you. Only noise is being removed. There is an old teaching carried through hidden lineages of contemplative seekers concerning a student who spent years searching for a sacred treasure said to grant endless prosperity. He crossed deserts, studied under masters, practiced rituals, and endured long disciplines. Yet each time he believed he had approached the treasure, it seemed to move further away. Exhausted and aged, he finally returned to the place where his journey had begun, a small, quiet home near the sea. There, sitting in silence for the first time in many years,
Something unusual happened. He noticed that beneath all seeking, there had always been a subtle presence of peace that never disappeared. It had been with him during travel. It had been with him during struggle. It had been with him even during doubt. And suddenly he understood. What he had been searching for had never been lost. So it is with silent abundance. It was never absent from your life, only obscured by resistance, fear, identity, and forgetting. Now you are not asked to strive further. You are asked to rest within recognition. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Feel your breath without altering it. Notice the simplicity of being alive in this moment. No striving is required for existence to continue. No effort is required for life to sustain itself. No struggle is required for the present moment to unfold. Everything essential is already occurring. Whisper inwardly, I return to what has always been here. Allow those words to soften something deep within you. There is a final mystery within all teachings of abundance. You were never separate from the source you were seeking. Every practice in this book was not about creating something new within reality, but about dissolving the layers that made you forget your participation in it. Silence, attention, emotion, identity, timing, receiving, flow. All were doors leading back to the same truth. Life is already given. The mystics did not become wealthy in spirit by chasing life. They became aware of life already moving through them. And awareness changes everything. As you reach this final stage, notice how perception itself has softened. You no longer need to force belief. You no longer need to chase certainty. You no longer need to hold tightly to outcomes. There's a quiet trust now, not as ideal, but as felt reality. This is silent abundance. Not dramatic, not loud, not anxious. Simply present. Now, imagine standing at the edge of a vast, still horizon, where earth meets sky. There is no separation between you and the landscape, only continuity. The same intelligence that shapes rivers shapes your breath. The same intelligence that opens flowers opens opportunities. The same intelligence that holds stars in orbit holds your life in motion. Nothing is excluded. Nothing is outside. Then feel this gently. You are not entering abundance. You are recognizing participation in it. Whisper softly, I live within silent abundance. Let the words fade into stillness. There is nothing more to, no final instruction that will complete what is already whole. Only the continuation of life lived with awareness rather than forgetting. As you return to your daily world, do not try to hold this state tightly. Let it breathe through you naturally. Some moments will feel clear, others will feel ordinary. Both are part of the same flow. Abundance does not disappear when awareness shifts. It becomes simply less noticed. So return gently, repeatedly, silently. Not to become something new, but to remain aligned with what you already are beneath all noise.
And if you ever forget, even slightly, there will always be a quiet